What room are we in? Committee room 2? Would Councillor Anthony Perruzza please make your way to Committee Room 2? We'd like to start the meeting. All right, so okay, we're going to get started. If everybody could take their seats. I've got a bit of a cold, so you'll have to bear with me. I'm sorry about that. Welcome, everyone. We are going to get started here. So, we're going to do declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Any declarations? I don't see any. Stacy, can you just bring me my... Okay. No, I'm okay. Okay, so also we've got confirmation of minutes. So from the March 1st meeting, which seems like a long time ago, we've got the minutes. So could someone please move those minutes? Okay, Councillor McMahon, and seconded by Councillor Holiday. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, and then I'm going to just actually let everybody know that we've got 16 items on today's agenda. We have a lot of people who have come here, made a time in their day to come here and speak. And so for those who are in the room with us, the screens at the back of the room provide real-time updates about where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. And for those watching online, you can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. And I also just want to take 1 minute just to welcome our new General Manager of Solid Waste Management, Jim McKay. Jim, could you just wave so everybody can see you? So this is Jim's first Public Works and Infrastructure meeting, so welcome, Jim. Jim comes to Toronto after 6 years at HDR Corporation, where he was Vice President, Canada, and Solid Waste Program Leader, as well as Vice President of HDR North American Solid Waste Program. And Jim joined Solid Waste Management Services at kind of a critical time, I would say, given the division is in the throes of developing our long-term waste management strategy. This will guide our plan for Toronto for the next 30 to 50 years. So we're very happy Jim's here. He's got a long history of working with municipalities across Canada and the United States on some of North America's largest and most innovative solid waste projects and programs. And in fact, he's has been working hand in hand with Solid Waste Management on the long-term strategy for the past 2 years. So Jim, I think, will bring a very fresh perspective to City Hall in the ever-changing field of waste management. And we all look very forward to working with Jim. Please join me in welcoming Jim to the City of Toronto. Welcome, Jim. Okay, so now we are ready to run through the agenda. So the first item is PW 12.1, the Bloor Street Design Feasibility Study and Bike Lane Project, and that has lots of speakers, so we're going to hold that item in my name. PW 12.2, Bicycle Lane Regulation Amendments, and there is one deputation on that, so that will be held as well. PW 12.3, TTC Commission, the TTC Bicycle Initiatives, and there's one deputation on that. And I'll speak to the members of the committee in a minute about possibly bundling those three items because we have quite an agenda before us. PW 12.4, there are no deputations on this, so I'm wondering if someone might be willing to move that, given the agenda. Councillor McMahon will move that. All those in favor? That carries. One done. All right, and I've got something to add to one of these, so make sure I do that, Jim, okay? PW 12.5, contract awards for tender calls, 52 2016 and 85 2016, construction of water main, sewer, and roadways at various locations across the city. That's 12.5. Okay, Councillor Holiday's moving it. Terrific. All those in favor? Excellent. That carries. Two down. PW 12.6, amendments to purchase order number 6038978, professional engineering services during construction and post-construction for North Toronto wastewater treatment plant CSO tank. Any of the committee members who would like to move that? Okay, we've got two. I'll give that to Councillor McMahon. She had her hand up first. And all those in favor? Anthony, I haven't seen your hand go up once. Are you in favor? Excellent, good. PW 12.7, you got a tired arm this morning. 12.7 is Humber and Chapman's sanitary trunk sewers rehabilitation contract award for tender call number 36-2015. Again, there's no deputations on that. So any movers of that item? I don't want to push people, so if you're not comfortable moving it, please don't, but does anybody want to move it? Anthony wants to?
No, Mary Margaret's got the bike on her lookout. Mary Margaret.
Did you notice that?
Has nothing to do with trunk sewers, but anyway. In your mind it does, so that's great.
Every time she moves something, I can look over and see the bike, and I like that.
Okay, all those in favor? That is carried. PW 12.8, we have a little amendment to this one that I want to bring to the attention of the committee members. Is that correct, Jim? Okay, so we have a small technical amendment to this one. So before I move on this, I'd like to share that with you, except that I can't find it. Can somebody hand me the amendment so I can share it with the committee members? Oh, here it is. Okay, can you put this on the screen? City Council authorized the General Manager, Solid Waste Management Services, in consultation with the Chief Corporate Officer, to negotiate a post-closure agreement with Durham Region on the principles as generally set out in Appendix A for the property, and further authorize the General Manager of Solid Waste Services to execute the agreement. This is a technical amendment that the new general manager, who's only been here a few weeks, just handed me, and he didn't hand it to the clerks. So that's why it's not on the screen. Is that okay? It's very technical in nature. All right, excellent. So that is moved by Councillor Holiday, PW 12.8. All in favor? That carries. All right, on to the next one, PW 12.9. Again, no deputations on this matter. Steel Avenue East Grade Separation Environmental Assessment, Principles of Cost-Sharing Agreements with the Regional Municipality of York and Metrolinx. One of the committee members has to hold it, not a non-committee member. That's the procedures. PW 12.9. We're still waiting. I'm seeing if someone wants to get there. There's mumbling. So shall we? You held, oh, that wasn't clear. Thank you now for making that clear. So we're going to hold that under Councillor Perutz's name. PW 12.9. PW 12.10, Coordinated Street Furniture Program Status Update Year 8 and Publication Box Licensing Program Review. Again, no deputations that I'm aware of.
That's okay.
Okay, would anybody like to move that or hold it? Okay, thank you, Councillor Holiday. PW 12.10 is being moved by Councillor Holiday. All those in favor? That carries.
That was street furniture?
That's correct. Okay, we're going to move on to PW 12.11, Emery Village Road 2A, Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Study. Okay, so would anybody like to hold or move this? So Emery Village Road 2A. Mary Margaret? Councillor McMahon. Don't say Mary Margaret, or then I'll say it. Councillor McMahon, okay, there we go. All those in favor? That carries. So Liberty Street, the next one, PW 12.12, has speakers, so we have to hold that item. So we're left with 2 now. And then traffic control signals, Finch Avenue West 280, west of Sentinel Road, and the Finch West LRT.
Yeah, I'd like to hold that.
Okay, so we're going to hold 12.13. This is a very meaty agenda. PW 12.14, traffic control signals, Victoria Park Avenue at Gatineau Hydro corridor trail.
Hold on, which is this?
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Holiday. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, PW 12.15, federal infrastructure funding for active transportation projects in Toronto. We have one deputation on that, so, and I'm going to ask committee to possibly bundle these 4 items, so I'm going to come back to that in a minute. PW 12.16, pedestrian crossing protection, Victoria Avenue at Conroy Avenue. Would anybody like to, that's got a deputation, right? That's yours? Yeah.
Yes, there's a deputation.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to hold that, and we're going to try to do it
I'm
after
sure he
lunch.
would waive it if the committee were just willing
Well, my
to-
impression is the committee won't waive that, but am I,
Okay, it's fine, it's fine.
I'm happy to waive it if there's,
He's able to come back, so
it's up to you.
I'll leave it. I'll leave it.
okay, so we have one new business item from Councillor Justine, oh, he's going to kill me. Justin DeChano. I'll blame the fact I'm not feeling well. So we've got, it's on a pink sheet, it's before us. So Councillor Holiday is happy to introduce this item. Thank you, Councillor Holiday. All in favor of introducing the item? I hope we get to it. I'm not sure we're going to, but we'll give it our best shot. And that carries, so that is now formally on the agenda. All right, so I just want to give everybody a little bit of a backstory on this meeting. This meeting actually was, as some of you know intimately, was supposed to happen a couple of weeks ago, but a number of our members were off on the Asia endeavor, the trip to Asia. So we rescheduled it to today, thinking that the agenda wasn't overly heavy. We'd be done by midday. And so we, unfortunately, we've learned this morning that we are at bare quorum again, which means none of the committee members can leave the room at any time during the proceedings today, as well as we have a quorum issue that starts as at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So any items we don't get to would roll on to the next PWIC agenda. So that's why I'm going to be actually putting forward a motion. You can see that we have a lot of people who have come here to speak today. We want to hear everybody, but we're going to put forward a motion to try to get this item dealt with today to limit the speaking time to 3 minutes. And we'd love to hear you for the full 5. Trust me, it's always the deputations and speakers are the most fascinating part of the meeting for many of us. But if we don't limit this extensive list, which is basically 2 pages, we will not complete the agenda by 3 o'clock. Because as I said, we will lose quorum as of 3 p.m. today. We also might have to take unscheduled breaks just to allow the committee members to, well, take a 5-minute rest. So I'll leave it at that. So I'm going to move the motion that the length of the public presentations be limited to 3 minutes. And, sorry, and then the number 2 is to be limited to 5 minutes with 1 round of questions per count. You know what? Can I amend that to no more than 2 rounds of questions? There's a lot of questions. I'm going to actually keep that at 2 rounds. People have a lot of questions on this report, I've learned over the last few days, and I think the more questions we can have answered, the more effectively we can hopefully make decisions around these matters. So I would actually, maybe we won't need the 2 rounds, but if we do, I'd like to have 2 rounds. It's not an amendment? Okay, so this is the motion before us. All in favor? Against? This carries. So my apologies to everyone. I don't like to do this kind of thing. I don't think any of us do, but it's the only way we can accommodate the challenges we are faced with today with a very serious quorum issue. All right, now we can start. So we did a good job getting through the agenda. We're going to start with the biggest item. I asked to have this first because I think it is indeed the item of the day. And what I'd like to ask the members of committee is to bundle these items. So 12.1, 12.2, which is bicycle lane regulation amendments, 12.3, which is the TTC bicycle initiatives, and then my motion on the infrastructure money, asking the feds for infrastructure money. I'd like to bundle those 4 items together. This is actually a recommendation that's come forward to me by clerks, so the last one would be 12.15, to bundle those 4 items together because they are all bicycle related, and that's a recommendation by clerks. Is the committee in favor of doing that? All right, that's excellent. We're off to a good start. So all in favor, and no one's opposed. So now we can start with PW 12.1. And my understanding is staff are doing a presentation on this, the Bloor Street Design Feasibility Study and Bike Lane Pilot Project. So I'll turn it over to the General Manager of Transportation, Stephen Buckley.
Morning, thank you. And just to confirm, I think we'll do the presentation, Councillor and clerks, and then we'll do deputants and then take questions. Is that?
I think that's a good running order. Thank you. Good
So
suggestion.
again, we'll just do a quick presentation on this. And it just disappeared. I'm not really sure why. Oops. There we go. Thank you. So we'll try to make this a rather brief presentation. Again, just to give a little context on the goals and scope of the project, the proposed before us today is for a pilot to install bike lanes on Bloor Street between Shaw and Avenue Road. The goal of this study will be to allow the city to demonstrate and study the benefits and impacts of bike lanes on Bloor Street. It would not involve any significant change to the roadway cross-section, so we're looking to do this primarily with paint and bollards, so will not involve any physical infrastructure changes to the road itself. And the proposal today is to look to install the pilot late in summer of 2016, primarily due to the fact that there's construction on College Street that we want to factor into the placement of the pilot. So again, just to give some sense here, improving roadway safety, this is basically showing the cycling mode share in Toronto wards as of 2011. And as you can see where the pilot project is proposed, the 2 wards where the pilot extends currently show mode shares, or back in 2011 showed mode shares of roughly 11% and nearly 9% of cycling in this area. The primary goal of this, I believe, is to reduce risk for all road users by providing a safe designated space for cyclists. On average, each year we see approximately 22 collisions involving cyclists on this stretch of roadway. And the predominant collision types are about 1/3 dooring, 20% motorist cycling interaction, and 8% of vehicles driving into or out of on-street parking. This here is a map that we've produced showing killed and significantly injured cyclists throughout the city over the past 10 years. And as you can see, once again, the pilot study occurs in a location where we do see high incidence of cycling collisions. Blowing this up a little bit, again, the pilot would be in the area up top with the green. And as you can see, again, it goes through some of the areas that show some of the highest cycling collisions in the city. So the limits of the study area are between Shaw Avenue, where we have currently a quiet route bike lane, shared road condition, and a contraflow bike lane that extends from DuPont all the way down to Queen Street. And on the eastern section, the pilot is intended to extend to Avenue Road. As you can see from here, the cross-section varies throughout the project limits. On the far west end, it's roughly 13 meters from curb to curb. In the middle section, it's 12.2 meters, and toward the east end, east of St. George, the cross-section extends up to about 16.2 meters. The project to date has involved significant public consultation. So there were meetings, there was an online survey that was run between December and January of this past year, and roughly 2,100 survey respondents participated. 96% of those who bike and 85% of those who walk and do not bike support the installation. Opinions on business representatives and those who drive and do not bike were polarized between strong support and strong objection, with a slim majority of 54% objecting. Among those who do not support the proposed bike lanes, only 1/3 currently report to feel comfortable driving next to cyclists on Bloor Street. So the preferred design that was developed through consultation with many of the local businesses and BIAs and the public was to show a cross-section that looks somewhat like this. Now, this is an illustrative example. Currently, the proposal is not to include green, but we're showing green just to highlight where the bike lanes would be located. And it would involve taking the road from a 4-lane section down to 1 lane in each direction with left turn bays at critical intersections. For evaluation, a pilot project would look at the effects on cycling environment. So this would look at volume counts and stated preference surveys on cycling safety. Monitoring the motoring environment, which would look at also vehicular volumes and also vehicular travel times. We would look at the effects on curbside demands and parking. And we would also look at public perception and support. And again, this involves level of feedback from both public and businesses through online surveys and engagement of stakeholders. So the one key question that we have been hearing a lot over the past 3 weeks was how would the evaluation be occurring? And again, I think what we're bringing forward today would be probably the most in-depth evaluation we would have done to date on a cycling project. And primarily what we want to look at are the impacts to the corridor itself and also the spillover impacts to adjacent corridors. So what you're seeing here is the yellow little nodes would be locations where we would be doing vehicular and cycling counts, typically for 3-day periods during certain peak period times, so that we can get a sense as to whether or not volumes have increased, decreased, or remain the same. We would be looking at DuPont and Harvard as well to see whether or not there were spillover effects. We're going to be looking at parking utilization. So currently, for most of the time, there is significant available parking, not necessarily always on street, but adjacent off-street lots. So we'll be looking at the impacts to whether or not that affects availability of parking in off-street lots as well. And then finally, we will be looking at vehicular and cycling travel times. So cycling travel times should remain fairly consistent, but I think the bigger question revolves around vehicular travel times, and we would be doing that through what is known as an industry practice known as a floating car survey, where we would be doing multiple runs through the corridors during peak periods to measure the impacts on traffic travel times. So again, just trying to put a little bit more flesh on the proposal. The proposed pilot project evaluation would look at various locations. So we'd be looking at doing, again, intersection counts at before, during, and after on Bloor, DuPont, and Harvard. And then also looking at vehicular travel time data on Bloor, DuPont, and Harvard as well. On the public perception side, we'll be looking at online surveys, using stakeholder meetings and intercept surveys for participants that are walkers, cyclists, and vehicles to gather feedback on that as well. So operational monitoring and related studies, again, we want to look at things like parking utilization. Obviously, the BIAs in the area are concerned about the potential loss of parking here. We also want to look at things such as lost parking revenue. But again, there is a sufficient supply of off-street parking throughout the corridor, and our expectation is that you will see, while on-street spaces may be utilized even more, there is sufficient off-street parking to accommodate for most of the times, vehicular demand in the area. Operational monitoring will take place throughout the pilot. So again, we'd be looking at a late summer installation. As traffic picks up into September, we'd be out there looking at the traffic impacts and looking at potential tweaks that we can make, whether it's signal timings, turn prohibitions, those types of improvements to try to mitigate any potential impacts to vehicular travel times. So the next steps for this would be ongoing consultation with local businesses and residents. In June of 2016, to date, our traffic counts occurred in August of last year. Again, August tends to be a slightly low peak in vehicular and cycling traffic volumes. We would be looking at June, which would again be one of the busier months, to see what additional before studies are telling us. We'd be planning to install this in, like I said, late August of 2016. In September of 2016, do sort of a first round of after data collection. And in June of 2017, looking to do additional follow-up data collection with a report back in the third quarter of 2017. So that's an overview of the project. As the chair had stated, I think at this point in time, unless anyone has any immediate questions, we'll turn it over to the deputants and then be available for questions of staff after that.
Okay, thank you. We have a lot of questions, I think, so we will come back to you, but we're going to start our list now. And I think Gideon's up first, so if we can just ask staff to... Well, that's what we decided at the top of the meeting. I know, we all have a lot of questions. Okay, so welcome. We're going to give you 3 minutes, unfortunately, and you can... Where's the button?
Here, members of the committee, I'm Gideon Foreman with the David Suzuki Foundation. Much appreciate the opportunity to speak today. We strongly support the Bloor Bike Lane project, and primarily for 3 reasons, and I'll just walk you through those briefly. The first is that the bike lane, we believe, would help the city meet its climate change goals. As you know, Toronto is committed to reducing greenhouse gases by 80%, but that can only be reached, in our view, if we tackle major sources of emissions, including those from transportation, which of course is the largest producer of GHGs in the province. Reducing emissions means helping citizens reduce their reliance on cars and making it easier and safer for them to cycle, which is exactly what a Bloor bike lane would do. And if the Bloor Lane helps even a small percentage of folks to commute by bike, it could have a very impressive impact on our climate. A study done by Transportation Alternatives in New York, and you may have seen it, found that if just 5% of New Yorkers who currently commute by car or taxi switched to cycling, it would save 150 million pounds of carbon dioxide a year. So bike lanes can make a real contribution to achieving our climate goals, and I think we all agree that that's a crucial piece. The second reason that we support the lane is that it would help make Toronto healthier and safer. It would promote physical fitness, of course, and encourage people to get outside more. And that's particularly important to children's mental health, and there's been a lot written on that recently, the importance of getting kids away from screens and outside more. By encouraging folks to drive less, it would improve the air that we breathe, which is not a small thing, of course, especially for families, and there are many of them struggling with asthma and other respiratory ailments. And by physically separating cars and cyclists, the bike lane would make Bloor more predictable and safer for all road users, including motorists. And this is one of the things that's been so important to us, that it would be a benefit to all road users. I know that senior drivers in particular like the protected lanes because the lanes show them exactly where cyclists will be and where cyclists won't be. And I think that predictability is an important aspect of safety. And our third and final reason for supporting the lane is it would be a boon to local business. I only learned this recently, but research shows that people arriving by bike tend to spend more money than those arriving by automobile. Researchers at Portland State University did research, discovered that customers who travel by bike spend 24% more over the course of a month than those who are car-based. And as well, the New York City Department of Transport found that following creation of a protected bike lane on New York City's 9th Avenue, local businesses enjoyed up to a 49% increase in retail sales. So no wonder that over 70 businesses here in Toronto have pledged support for the bike lane. They know it's going to reduce congestion, they know it's going to protect the environment, but frankly, they also know it's going to help their bottom line. So in conclusion, I want to again urge the committee to support the bike lane. This crucial link in the city's cycling network will help meet our climate goals. It'll make Toronto safer and healthier, and it'll offer a boost to our local retailers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gideon. And any questions? Unfortunately, you can't clap. It's against the rules, but it's nice. Yeah, wave. That's a good, Councillor McMahon has a good suggestion. All right, so any questions for, we have one, Councillor Holiday, so don't move. I don't,
Thank you for the presentation.
Pleasure.
One thing that I learned with the Gardner discussion when we talked about affecting road networks is that there is an echo effect with congestion. And one of the fears that I have is that by narrowing Bloor Street, and in particular, when it's used during rush hour, you'll have spillover of cars into neighborhoods. You've got cars slowing down, and that kind of impacts further back along Bloor, not just in the study area, but farther. One of the things you talked at length about in your deputation was the effect on the environment. And I don't know, I'm a little nervous about hanging my hat on the idea that if we built lanes, suddenly everybody would change to bikes. I just wonder if this would just create more congestion. And would we be worse off from an environmental perspective with all of that extra smog coming out of the cars, because they're now held up even more because an important artery through the city has been choked a bit. What do you think?
It's an interesting question. I mean, the research we've looked at suggests that even if a small number of people shift their mode from car or taxi to bike, it can make a substantial improvement in air quality. But we'll also have to run the experiment in Toronto and see. I mean, I can tell you what other jurisdictions have seen. New York City, for example, some real improvements in terms of reducing carbon dioxide and other pollutants. But we'll have to run the pilot and see. My belief, my strong belief, based on looking at other jurisdictions around the world, is that we will find a number of people moving to cycling, so we'll have less car traffic, and we'll have cleaner air.
Okay, so if I've heard that right, is you believe the traffic will be less?
That's right, because we'll be getting a certain number of people out of cars.
Thank you.
okay, just for clarification, because my head feels like it's full of cotton batting. What I meant when I moved the motions about 3 minutes is that the speakers would have 3 minutes and the questioners would have 3 minutes. But when we speak to staff, that we would have 5 minutes, because there's so much data we wanted to ask questions about. So just to, if everybody's clear on that, if you're asking questions of the speaker, it's 3 minutes. Sorry, I'm not sure I was clear on that, so thank you. Okay, I think you're done, Gideon, unless anybody else has questions. Thank you very much for coming today. And we're going to move on to Matthew from Base Camp Climbing, who was quoted in the paper, I believe. Welcome, Matthew. So you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. So my name's Matt, and I just recently opened rock climbing gym, 677 Bloor Street, the old Metro Theatre. So bike lanes in front of our business would have a massive, massive positive impact, seeing as how a large majority of our members are already cyclists. A couple of main reasons why it would be beneficial toward, I believe, my business as well as other businesses in the area. Number one, it makes it obviously safer for our current clientele to get to the gym and come for a climb. Another reason is that it allows more people to come from further around in the city. So, if I were to walk, I could get to the gym in about 5 minutes from, the end of Christie Pits, which is about 500 meters away, versus the same amount of time I could get somewhere from about Dufferin, which is about 7 kilometers away. So it really just doesn't make it easier for people to be able to travel from further around the city, which translates directly into more customers coming to our area. And even for businesses that do not have a lot of cyclists as their main customers currently, bike lanes on Bloor will help businesses in the area, I believe, because Bloor is already a congested street, and parking on Bloor Street is already a difficult task. So when you factor in motorists having to find a place to park as well as paying for parking, it provides a lot of deterrence from them actually going in and checking out any of the goods in any of the stores. Versus when you're on a bicycle, if you're going down the street and you see something you like, you have the ability to immediately stop, go into the business and look at what they have. In addition to that, when you do go into a store when you're a motorist, you're paying for parking. So this is ticking clock scenario where you're in a business and you're sort of looking at your watch and you don't feel as comfortable spending more time to inspect all of the goods. When you go rock climbing, typically the amount of time is around 3 hours that you come to the gym. So, spending the time to get down already congested Bloor Street, pay for parking, and then get into the gym is a lot of deterrence to actually coming into the business. Likewise, the congestion on Bloor is great right now, and bike lanes would still allow for 2 lanes of car traffic with just less bike parking. So still same amount of cars that can get through Bloor, with also the addition of many cyclists that can also get through. And I think I'm about at the end of my 3 minutes, so.
Thank you very much. We have a question for you. We have 2, actually. We'll start with Councillor Cressy. He's a visiting councillor.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Just a couple very quick questions. So I just want to understand. So first of all, the reason from your point of view in business that this is a proposed idea. The first you said is you believe it will be safer for your current clientele?
Definitely. We have, I would say over 50% of our members are already cyclists, and I've heard some horror stories of near misses and in some cases accidents as well already, yeah.
And you articulated a couple other points there. So the other one was that you believe this is going to increase the number of customers that are coming into the corridor to frequent yours and potentially other businesses. Is that right?
Yes. The traffic on Bloor is also a deterrent for businesses on Bloor because people are already looking for alternative routes during rush hour times. If it's 5 p.m., motorists are not picking Bloor Street as their top choice to drive down, right? So it's already causing less people to be able to drive by and see that the gym exists, right? Versus bike traffic where, you can have 4 people in the place of 1 car coming through and more visual sort of drive-by traffic, yeah, or walk-by.
Now, you mentioned something else. I hadn't heard this before, which was around the parking clock impact, the ticking clock, I think you said.
Yeah.
So, can you expand on that? You believe this makes it easier for customers in the area to frequent additional businesses because you're not on a parking time clock, is that right?
I do, and again, it's twofold, when you're in a car, if you drive by and see some food that looks really delicious, now all of a sudden you're gonna have to find parking, which in a lot of cases requires you driving around the block and eventually finding somewhere fairly far away and typically paying for parking as well. So it's like a 3-stage deterrent, whereas with bikes, you can stop immediately, park your bike, and come into the business.
But just one final question, just for clarity here, because we've talked about parking. The proposed pilot here does include parking at all times on one side of the street. So there will still be on-street parking on one side throughout the entire corridor, right?
Yep, definitely, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Layton.
Just one question. I don't know if the magnitude of your new business is known outside of our community. I'd classify yours as rather successful business, given you've been open for under 6 months. How many clients would you have in a day?
In a day, we have somewhere between 150 to 250, something like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Matthew, I just saw your picture in the paper this morning.
Thank you.
So more than your
I
5
haven't
minutes
seen
of
it yet.
fame.
My mom will love it, yeah.
Can autograph it. Are you connected with any BIA?
No, I'm not currently.
Okay. And so it's interesting what you're saying as a business owner. You're saying, because you're saying something opposite of what I sometimes hear from business owners. What I sometimes hear is that people will only shop at their store if they can drive there and if they can find a place to park. But in your experience, you're finding something opposite of that.
Yeah, I mean, a big portion of our traffic is walk-by traffic, something that not any other rock climbing gyms are able to do because they're in these industrial areas. But we have so many people walking by and biking by and looking into the gym, stopping and coming in. We also have a lot of motorists that are stopped at the red light and look over and are, I mean, it's kind of shocking to look over on Bloor Street and see this big rock climbing gym, right? But the real difference is that people walking, people cycling can pop in and have a look and sort of watch people climbing and falling versus motorists who I think a lot of the time just sort of see it and continue on to their specific destination.
And have you ever been able to share that experience with other shopkeepers in the area who might not feel the same way yet?
I'm not sure if I've been able to share it specifically with them. I mean, I know a couple of other shopkeepers in the area that I'm sort of getting to know are obviously very supportive of the project as well, but I haven't been able to specifically share this with them.
Well, feel free to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on. So now, sorry, Councillor Holiday, I didn't see you there. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate the perspective you offer because you actually have a business and own property right on the street. I'm confused because the general manager of transportation just said in the presentation that there was ample parking. There was a lot of parking spaces in this area, and it didn't seem like parking was an issue. But I just heard you say, though, that parking along Bloor is difficult. So do you believe, I mean, is it tight for parking right now? Do I have a hard time driving to come see you?
I mean, my main sort of time frame in all this discussion has been through rush hour, where anywhere in the city obviously is going to be, tight on parking. But the nice thing is there's about 4 Green Pea parking lots just north of Bloor that, I mean, are completely accessible all of the time. Right, so it's more of something where there's ample parking already, but I mean, on Bloor Street, on College, on any street during rush hour, you're going to find it hard to park, right?
You said those were a deterrent because people didn't want to pay to park there and then go shopping or use the businesses.
And you have to pay to park anywhere, which is a deterrent, right? Versus a bicycle where it's free to park anywhere, which is not a deterrent.
Okay, well, tell me a little bit about your business. When is it busy? Is it busy during rush hour?
It's busy. Our busiest times are between, I would say, 7 and 9 p.m., something like that.
9 p.m., okay. And do you think by eliminating a fair amount of parking along there that you could be cutting some clients out? Some people might say, I'll just go to one where I can park, go to Mississauga or North or... No,
I don't. We have a lot of local community and local customers, and most of our customers and our dedicated members are cyclists already. So by providing easier access to our business, to our current members, I don't believe that we're going to lose. I believe we're going to gain customers.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, and we're going to move on. Now, the next speakers have negotiated a deal here, so we'll see if the committee goes for it. Speaker 3, 4, and 7 will speak on behalf of Speaker 17 and 34 if you give them 15 minutes. What do you think? Let's make a deal? All right, sounds good. So, welcome Albert, David, and James. It's 3, 4, and 7. And then 17 and 34 are not going to speak, so they're going to use the 15 minutes. Please. We can't leave the room. Yeah, so when we need to? So what I said is we were going to have a 5-minute recess, 5 minutes. It's mid-morning, and then the afternoon, we only have an hour and a half because we lose quorum at 3 p.m. today. This is the challenge we face here in Peewit. 3 p.m. because we won't have quorum because we rescheduled the date to today and we don't have quorum. Today wasn't an ideal date, but it was the last date we could get in prior to getting to council. So would you like a break at 11 or?
No, I'm okay. Because I was noticing a lot of questions they were talking about. I was thinking, there's a really relaxed environment.
Oh, okay. So, welcome Albert, David, and James. You've got 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Albert Cole. I'm an environmental lawyer and one of the founders of Belles en Bloor. David Harrison, chair of the Annex Residents Association, is to my left, and to my far left is James Choi of the Palmerston Area Residents. We all strongly support, and you'll hear from them, the pilot bike lane. Belles en Bloor was formed in 2007, bringing together several cycling groups, including Take the Tooker and Bike Lanes on Bloor, to continue the push for bike lanes on Bloor Street. We're grateful to city staff and their consultants for their careful work and patient consultations with the public, and to the local councillors, Joe Cressy and Mike Layton, for championing this project. The Bloor Street pilot is an important step forward for bicycle infrastructure in Toronto. Although in terms of roadway, it's a very modest 2.4 kilometers on a 5,500 kilometer city road network. Here's some additional historical context. In 1977, Toronto's Public Works Commissioner was asked to report on cycling routes to address the safety needs of the city's growing number of cyclists. How long ago is that? I was just finishing high school. I turned 56 this year. So as in other Canadian and U.S. cities, cycling for everyday traveling was experiencing a revival because of concerns about air quality, oil dependency, and physical fitness. Bloor had among the highest scores as a bicycle route, as it did in subsequent studies, because of the popularity among cyclists, its a connection to north-south routes, the potential for further growth, and significantly and lamentably, the high number of collisions between cars and trucks and bicycles. So that report ultimately didn't adopt Bloor Street, but there was actually, and it was partly because of concerns about parking, although there was no assessment of how many shoppers actually arrived by car. In 1992, City Consultant did another study on the best routes for cycling. Bloor Danforth was identified as an ideal east-west spine for Toronto's nascent cycling network. The entire 20-plus kilometer stretch was to be completed in Phase 3 of the plan. That was to be 1993. In 2007, the city announced a feasibility study for a Bloor Danforth bikeway. On the eve of the release of that report in 2009, Council's chair of the Cycling Committee announced that Bloor Danforth would get bike lanes, with portions of the Danforth likely to be completed before the end of the year. Instead of implementation, another study was ordered, but never completed. Also in 2009, the Toronto Centre for Active Transportation reported that only 10% of patrons visiting Annex businesses arrive by car, and that most of the business comes from pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users. And finally, in October 2013, given the earlier failures, Belles en Bloor appeared before this committee to recommend a pilot bike lane on Bloor Street. This proposal was supported by a Cycle Toronto petition and then championed with the new council in place by councillors Cressy and Layton. So let me make three brief observations based on this. First, we're not trying to make cycling popular on Bloor Street. Bloor Street is a popular route for cyclists, and it's been a popular route for decades, despite the lack of a safe share of the road for cyclists. So you can imagine the potential increase in cycling traffic with bike lanes. Second, we're not trying to take anything away from local business. We want local business to thrive. Why? Because we shop there. We go to the restaurants, the coffee and tea shops, the magazine kiosks, the pubs and delis, the cinema, the food and variety stores. To prosper, businesses don't need cars, they need shoppers. Bloor is almost maxed out, and you've heard that, when it comes to single-occupant cars. The real potential for growth is in using limited road space more efficiently. Third, we're not asking for the right to cycle on Bloor Street. We've had that right since before there were even cars on Bloor Street. We're simply asserting our right to be safe on Bloor Street. So this pilot, 40 years in the making and modest in scale, will demonstrate the many benefits to our community and to our city of a healthy, affordable, efficient, and clean way of getting around. The pilot will take us toward a long overdue objective, a city where residents who cycle and the many others in cars or transit who would love to cycle but for the danger can do so confidently that they'll return home safely at the end of each day. Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn over the mic to David Harrison, Chair of the Annex Residents Association.
Thank you, Albert. Indeed, I have the privilege of chairing the Annex Residents Association. The ARA, just to remind you, goes from Bathurst to Avenue Road, from Bloor Street up to the tracks, and we have more than 15,000 residents in that area. And we are very ably represented, I might say, by Councillor Cressy. It has been our policy since 2011 to advocate for bike lanes on Bloor, mostly for the benefit and safety of our residents. We've been very public in our advocacy. We have held public meetings. We've distributed, my goodness, we distributed 10,000 postcards in the area to talk about this issue. I myself have been at several of these meetings and have never heard anybody actually oppose bike lanes on Bloor, which is a surprise. We joined with all 5 of our neighboring residents associations, Huron-Sussex, Harvard Village, Christie Pitts, Palmerston, and Seton Village, in advocating for bike lanes. Everyone is in agreement. Even our neighbors at the Bloor Street Cultural Corridor, who we are representing today, are unreserved in their support for bike lanes on Bloor. So we would urge you to vote for this pilot. It seems the most sensible thing we could do to find out if biking on Bloor is going to make sense. Without doing it, we'll never know. In any event, we have a video we'd like to share with you to just show you the breadth of support for bike lanes on Bloor. Albert.
My name's Fiona, and this is Fiorian, and my husband Alex. We've lived in the Annex all our lives, and he wishes he has. We want to support bike lanes on Bloor. We think there should be more bike lanes in the city in general, especially on main streets where we can try and ease some congestion and traffic in the city.
My name's Michael Lowe. I've lived and worked in the Annex, Harvard Village all my life. I really enjoy cycling. I think the health benefits are enormous. I cycle to all the stores in the area.
I'm Tom Hamilton, the owner of Annex Photo on Bloor Street near Walmer Road, and I would love to see bike lanes along Bloor Street.
I really think that Scout and I would love to see more bike lanes and more pedestrians, and Scout, of course, would love to chase a few cyclists as he does squirrels and whatnot, which we'll see more of if there are bike lanes here rather than cars.
I'm Tomislav Svoboda. I'm a physician who lives in the community. I bicycle on Bloor Street every day, and I support bike lanes on Bloor for my patients' health and for the health of the planet.
My name is Oliver Sabston. I believe that there should be also a bike lane on Bloor Street to get around better, less dangerous. And I've been biking everywhere. Like I go shopping in Yorkville sometimes on my bike. I go down to Lakeshore and also to Center Island. So yeah, just biking is awesome.
The moderate exercise that you can get from biking every day prevents disease, obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, coronary artery disease, strokes.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth, and I've been a cyclist in the city for over 30 years. I live at Dundas and Ossington, but when you are a cyclist, your neighborhood is really expansive, so I consider Bloor part of my neighborhood. I cycle up here all the time. It would be wonderful if we had bike lanes on Bloor Street, because it would just make everyone more aware and make everyone safer.
Breast cancer, colon cancer, osteoporosis, depression.
Oh, hi, my name is Edward, and I run a business in Brunswick and Bloor, and I'm in support of the bike lane. My name is Josh Fullen, and I have lived and worked as a high school teacher in this area for over 10 years. I would love to see bike lanes on Bloor.
Hi, my name is James Lee. I own a Taste of Nature store on Bloor Street. So I'm supporting the bike lanes on Bloor Street, so their safety is much better. So I'm really supporting bike lanes on Bloor Street. Thank you.
I ride my bike on Bloor all the time. So do my 2 girls. One of my daughters bikes on Bloor to get to school every day. I am absolutely in favor of bike lanes on Bloor. It's a great way to get around our city, and it's really dangerous to bike on Bloor today.
We have many academic institutions along the Bloor corridor, high schools, universities, colleges, and there are many students waiting to make an active transportation choice, but I think they're reluctant to do so because the infrastructure is not there yet.
Preventable deaths are all prevented by the kind of cycling that we do every day for 30 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric Kampoff. I'm manager of Curbside Cycle. We're one of 5 bike stores in the Annex neighborhood, which is one of Toronto's most vital cycling neighborhoods. We employ about 15 people, and we definitely support bike lanes on Bloor.
I have a business which is just off Bloor Street on Spadina. My family also cycles, but they're really frightened to cycle on Bloor because of the narrowness when cars are parked here. And I think it would be just fantastic to have bike lanes here.
Hi, my name is Louise, and I've been a cyclist in the city for about 7 years now. Bloor Street I use a lot, and I'd feel more comfortable if there were bike lanes on it. I go shopping around here, I go out at night, and yeah, it'd be a lot safer if there were bike lanes.
What do we want? Bike lanes on Bloor! Bike lanes on Bloor make sense.
Do you want to turn the audio down on that so we can keep going? Because their time's running out. Okay, do you want to wrap
over
up?
to James Choi with the Palmerston Area Residents Association.
Hi, my name is James Choi, and I'm speaking on behalf of PARA today, who's represented by Michael Layton. First, I'd like to let you know that I've lived on Palmerston since 1997, and I'm an avid bike rider, and I'm just going to give you some example. I go to workshop with it. It takes me 8 minutes to get to work on my bike. It takes me 18 minutes to take the TTC, and by car it would take me 25 to half an hour to get to work. That's including looking for parking. I have a vehicle which I barely use. My vehicle is 19 years old, and it only has roughly 148,000 kilometers on it. So that gives an idea of how important my bike is, which I use every day, all year round. Nextly, I would like to, what PARA sent me here to relay is that the Mirvish Village development by Westbank will be very bicycle friendly, with on-site dedicated bicycle routes and bicycle parking. It will encourage people who live in development to cycle to their daily destinations. As you know, Westbank is developing the Mirvish Village on the southwest corner of Bloor and Bathurst. And they are in proposal of just over 1,000 rental units there. So that tells you the congestion that will be created if the infrastructure is not there. So Westbank will build its retail sector with cyclists in mind, especially with regards to bicycle parking. The 4 residents association are contributing their ideas to the planning process so that the movement of people, including cyclists, will work well in the intensified area. We are fully in support of the developer's desire to include innovative cycling infrastructure on the site, and this will go very well with the Bloor pilot project.
Okay, thank you very much. Question, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming out today. I think it speaks volumes that all the local resident associations are supportive of the project. I'm not sure we'd ever have had this to be the case in the past. I was just curious about this. I should know one of them, but I don't. The population, the ARA is 15,000, HVRA?
I think, Michael, if you add up all of those groups, it's about 50,000.
It's about 50,000. That includes Seton Village. It's a lot. Local residents in support of the project. Thank you. We don't measure all of them by all of our decisions by votes, but.
Okay, Councillor Cressy.
All right, a couple quick questions, and I'll try to keep it brief. So the 6 local residents associations, and you listed them. Can I ask, what do you think's changed in the last 10 years? I grew up off Bloor 20 years ago. The residents associations were not supportive of bike lanes on Bloor. Today, all 6 are. What's changed?
Well, I'd offer my opinion, which is in Toronto for a long time, what we've been trying to do is move cars, whereas I think we've finally come to the realization that what we want to be moving is people and goods. And we have 50 years of experience trying to move cars, and we haven't had a great deal of success. What's also changed is I think cyclists are speaking out that they want to be safe on our roads. When we talk about traffic, we talk about cars. Cyclists are traffic, as are pedestrians. We have a huge amount of traffic from cyclists and pedestrians on Bloor Street. And I think what's changed is that, well, a lot of work over a lot of years, but people are coming to realize the right of cyclists to be safe as well.
I think additionally, density has increased, and frankly, transit infrastructure has not improved. And there's tremendous desire of people to move around, and they simply can't rely on taking the subway or the bus.
So that's on residents in the shift with 6 residents associations. I know you're here speaking on behalf of the Bloor Street Cultural Corridor, who have also provided a letter of support. Could you just, for the benefit of everybody here, explain who the Bloor Street Cultural Corridor is and who their members are?
Yes, it's a very interesting sort of conspiracy of the Alliance Française, the Bar de Choux Museum, the Bloor Hot Dogs Cinema, the Gardner Museum, the Istituto Italiano di Cultura, the Japan Foundation, the Jewish Community Center, the Museum of Estonians, the Native Canadian Center, the Randolph Center of the Arts, the Royal Ontario Museum, the RCM, Soundstreams, Tafel Music, Talisker Players, the Toronto Consort, the Toronto Reference Library, the U of T Faculty of Music.
And David, I'm going to cut you off there, not that I know you could keep going just with my time. So I just want to illustrate that the institutions and cultural organizations, and you just mentioned some of them, and there are more, are also supportive of this.
They are, yes.
Thank you. There's one other institution not part of that I understand you sit on the liaison committee for, who is also supportive. That's the University of Toronto.
That's correct, yeah.
And I just want to finish on that in question. So you mentioned off the top safety as one of the main reasons for the support for this pilot. I want to talk about students and safety. Are there a number of schools and a university along this corridor, and will this make it safer for them?
Well, there are quite a few. I mean, the biggest one being the University of Toronto, which has 50,000 students. There's also Huron Public School. There's Central Tech. There's UTS along Bloor Street.
Royal St. George.
So Royal St. George. So we have a lot of schools and a lot of students, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. The first speaker said something interesting that I just wanted to get some explanation on. And the statement was to use the limited road space more efficiently with the lanes. And I wondered if you could explain to me what you meant by more efficiently.
Well, getting more people moving either through the area or into the area. So that's what I mean by that. As I say, what we have on Bloor Street, a lot of single-occupant cars. So if you want to talk about an inefficient way of using that road space, single-occupant cars are probably quite low on the list. One of the things, of course, available to motorists now is ride-sharing. We have apps for ride-sharing. We have a subway below Bloor Street. A lot of motorists in surveys that have been done have said, I'd love to cycle. My wife is one of them. She'd love to cycle along Bloor Street but doesn't feel safe. So we open the opportunity for a lot of people to get out of their cars and to cycle. But we also need to be saying, we believe, to motorists in single-occupant cars that is something that if we're going to try to accommodate single-occupant vehicles, we haven't been able to do that over the last 50 years very well. And if that's the model, we don't believe it will work.
So if I heard this correctly, I mean, it's back to the previous discussion one of the speakers had was, we're going to bet that people are going to leave their cars behind. If that's what I'm hearing, they're going to shift modes. They're going to not drive. They're going to choose cycling or walking. And you think that this will help encourage that. Has there been any discussion about the thought that, some people are actually passing through that neighborhood to get from A to B, into the city, out of the city, and it may make access worse because it will plug up the street more? There'll be longer delay for people that live in the neighborhood to get into the neighborhood from somewhere else if they're in a vehicle or on a bus or whatever they're on. There's that negative effect. Is that the most efficient way to use the road to affect the most number of people?
Yeah, we'd say not single-occupant cars are not an efficient way to use that road. I would also say that what if it takes 60 seconds additional for a motorist to get through on his or her own in a car. Isn't that a good investment in our community, in the air quality, in the climate, in the safety of the 50,000 people in our neighborhood are either walking or cycling? We think that's 60 seconds, if that's what it costs, is a good investment. But I should also say about parking, I mean, there is a lot of free parking on side streets in that area. We counted between Spadina and Shaw, just an area, there are about 650 free parking spots. That's not going to give you an optimal use of parking if it's free or underpriced. So there's a lot of paid parking, there's a lot of free parking, and there's still some parking on Bloor. So we're not saying to people, don't come to the neighborhood. We want them in our neighborhood, but we also want to use that space efficiently.
Do people really believe that this is only going to add 60 seconds?
What if it's 90 seconds? Is that a good investment in the safety of cyclists, in our air quality, in the health of our city?
But
We think it is.
Councillor Holliday, that's the purpose of doing the pilot, is to try and answer these questions. Without doing the pilot, we can never answer that question.
Okay, that's all your time. All right, I have some questions too. So I've got an article here that says Bloor Street Bike Lane brouhaha. Neighborhood isn't sure more cyclists are a good idea. What do you think of that article? What's your take on this article?
Where is that? What date is
It's
it?
in November of 2015.
I don't know that comment. I can tell you an interesting story very quickly that one of the fellows that was quoted on the CBC as being opposed to bike lanes, a pizza store owner, he was surprised that he was the one that was being quoted as saying he was against the bike lanes. He loves the cyclists and pedestrians because, of course, that's where most of the pizza business, or a lot of the pizza business is coming from.
Okay, so you think the neighborhood generally is on board? The neighborhood?
100%, yes.
Yeah, and the BIA, is any of the BIAs here today? Okay, they're next, great. I'll save some of my questions for you. The 135 lost parking spots, you don't think those people are going to end up parking on the side streets, on the residential side streets? And that's going to have a negative impact? Because I know in my ward that's never popular.
Well, of course, sometimes they will, but there are green pea parking lots, really quite conveniently located, which are, almost never completely full.
And then the residents won't then change the parking regulations on their street so that it stops cars from parking there?
I doubt it. I mean, there's always going to be one or two residents who will not be happy.
Okay. And I guess, are you a little bit worried at all about if there, Councillor Holliday talks about congestion, if there starts to be a bit of congestion that people will reroute onto the side streets?
No, because it's very difficult to go through the side streets. We've, managed to entangle the side streets in such a way that good luck to you if you try to get through.
Okay, thank you very much. My other questions are for the BIA. All right, thank you, and that you're done.
Okay.
So we're going to move on to, I thought it was O'Brien. Brian, I thought it was hot dogs, but it's Brian. You're right. So this is the chair of the Bloor Annex BIA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm instantly regretting I didn't bring a movie. The Bloor Annex BIA is a mid-sized downtown core BIA representing 237 members. We offer a very eclectic range of products and services from frozen yogurt to yoga, scores of restaurants and entertainment outlets, but also everything one might need in a small town right at our doorsteps. This proposal for a pilot bike lane runs straight through our area. The BIAs stretches from Bathurst east to Madison. BIAs across this city have widely varying views about the desirability of installing bike lanes on their main streets. Many feel that a customer arriving by car and occupying a fair chunk of roadway to park it is their prime demographic. But they really don't know for sure, and perhaps that's what BIAs have in common when it comes to bike lanes. None of us know with any precision how our customers get to our shops, restaurants, and theaters. It's mostly anecdotal evidence which inform these widely disparate yet passionately held views. This is why the Bloor Annex BIA, together with the Koreatown BIA, and with the generous support of the Metcalf Foundation, have commissioned a study, a survey of patrons and merchants to determine how our customers get to our district and what merchants perceive about their customers' needs for bike lanes versus car parking. An organization called TCAT, based at the University of Toronto, sent a team into the Annex in Koreatown in October of 2015, and we got a sample size of patrons, 998 to be exact, and over 100 merchants in the Annex alone. That was our baseline study. Working on the assumption that pilot bike lanes will be approved by you, we will use the same methodology in October of 2016 to see what has changed. Did the cyclists stop and shop? Did the car drivers, frustrated by lack of parking, cease to patronize local businesses? How can we be sure that any findings regarding the transportation habits of our patrons can be attributed, good or bad, to bike lanes? Well, we have an app for that. A control group study was happening on the Danforth at the same time. We're employing the same methodology there in an area of the Danforth where there are no bike lanes planned. If there's a mode share shift in the way shoppers choose to go about their business, we will have that input. The BIA's role is to promote the interest of its member businesses. We are not blind to the safety and environmental considerations associated with bike lanes, but it's not our raison d'etre. The empirical data derived from this survey will help not only our two BIAs make an informed choice about the desirability of permanent bike lanes for Bloor, but this will help most downtown BIAs make informed choices of their own, and we will share our data with them. For us, this is not ideological. A pilot is a necessary step in testing a model for a city that works better, businesses included. Technically, Bloor Street is King's Highway number 5, and we have the tall light standards to prove it. But when you look at the eclectic nature of these two business districts side by side, they are part of a self-sustaining, livable community. You realize it's more a village than a freeway, and the pilot bike lanes fit that reality.
Okay, any questions? Okay, Councillor Cressy has one. Go ahead.
So the two BIAs that have commissioned this economic impact study are yourself, Bloor Annex, as well as Koreatown. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And what is the study seeking to mission? This is your study, not the city's study. You as businesses on your own have commissioned it with support of the Metcalfe Foundation. What are you studying? And what is it pre and post implementation?
What we're studying is how people got to the annex, how much they spent, and what their attitudes are. What are they frustrated by? Couldn't find a place to park my bike, couldn't find a place to park my car. It's shopping habits mostly, and transportation preferences.
And the pre-implementation of the pilot survey, that portion of the study, that's already been complete?
Correct, and we chose October because it was a shoulder season. It was neither going to be heavy for cyclists or absent in cyclists. We thought it was a balanced approach.
Okay. And so I just want to come back to something you said and see if I understand correctly. So from the BIA's perspective, you don't know if you want bike lanes on this stretch of Bloor permanently. You don't know, but you have commissioned a study to find out and to find that data to help you make that decision. Is that right?
That's correct. We have no position on permanent bike lanes.
All right. And just to be clear, the study which you've already commissioned and has already begun, if this pilot were not to go ahead, that money would have gone down the drain.
There may be some residual use to the data we collected in October, but the whole design of the study is meant to be baseline and then during.
Thank you very much.
Okay, other questions? I know I have one. So these parking spots that we're going to lose, 135, you have no concerns about those? Because I frequent the area, but not there all the time. I don't live there. It's hard for me to gauge this, but I have heard from people they do have trouble finding parking. So are people parking in those spots right now? I guess that's my first question. And second question is, how are you going to deal with that? Because business, that's an important thing, I would think, to business.
There is always vacancy on side streets. It's not that we're not concerned about the loss of parking. It's the balance of what we will gain in terms of what we think we will gain from cyclists stopping to shop.
Okay, so and there's some recent findings. Gideon talked about that right off the top of the morning, that there's some findings that they shop more frequently and spend more money. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe his numbers were from other jurisdictions. Ours would be very specific to Toronto.
Okay, do you think the city should have done an economic impact study?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. And have you ever seen the city put in a pilot and pull it out after? Are you aware of any scenario where the city's put in a pilot and then actually pulled the pilot out?
There was a north-south route east of Yonge, Jarvis, I believe.
Well, we didn't want to bring up that sore point. I don't think it was a pilot. I think it was actually in. So I'm actually talking about pilots. So just to be clear, the parking, just to get a clear answer on that, right now, are there ample parking spots on this on-street parking currently?
No, I wouldn't say it's ample.
It's not ample.
No, but there's side street parking, and it's not all paid. Some other deputations indicated, there are many side streets, and I'd say most, where you can park for 1 hour for free.
Okay. We're just trying to get a grasp on all this. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Holiday actually does now have a question.
You mentioned some studies from other jurisdictions. Are any of them snowbound cities like our own?
I didn't reference them. I
don't know what's
indicated that
funny,
other speakers had. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you think folks will think the same way about what they see in December compared to what they see today?
Could you explain the December reference, please?
Well, if we did some significant modifications to Bloor, and obviously cycling traffic is much different, the profile of the road use is much different, the appearance of snow, snowbanks, that sort of thing. Do you think if you surveyed people and spoke to people and gathered data in May, it would be different in December and how they view things, the type of business they get?
Absolutely, which is why we chose October for our study.
Okay, and you're going to look at 365 days of the year and think about all the different seasons? Okay.
That'd be a little expensive, but we're looking at 2 dates. October of 2016 will be our measurement.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next is, who's next? Ron, I think, is next. Hot dogs. I'm surprised you're here. You must be busy.
Yeah, we do have a festival opening.
I'm impressed. Okay, you've got 3 minutes, Ron.
Okay, my name is Ron Coperdaut. I'm the manager of the Bloor Hot Dogs Cinema, so speaking on behalf of the cinema, as well as the Hot Dogs organization, representing our staff, our volunteers, and I hope to represent as also our 200,000 patrons annually. We are very much, we fully support the pilot project for the bike lanes. We feel it's very good for the area. It's a vibrant area, and bike lanes will only just make it more vibrant. Many of our staff, including myself, cycle to work on a regular basis, and the improvements to safety, just stopping in front of the cinema, will be greatly improved by the bike lanes. We expect only positive impacts for business. As a nonprofit organization with a lot of socially conscious programming, I think our patrons, even if they don't use bicycles, will appreciate the environmental effects of having bicycle lanes and the fact that we are located right dead center there in the middle of this pilot project. As has been noted already, 90% of the patrons in the area do not drive, and we expect that our numbers are pretty similar to that. I'm not concerned with the reduction in street parking. I know the lot on Lippincott is often has spaces available, except during the farm market. I know that Bathurst Street has a lot of parking, which is underused north and south of Bloor Street. We lose 2 hours of parking every day during rush hour. We have 6:30 screenings, so a lot of our patrons can't even park in front in time to get to 6:30 show because the parking's not there till 6 o'clock. I feel we lose business, in fact, because a lot of cyclists go down Harvard. They don't go past our business, they don't see where we're playing, they don't see what's going on, they don't even know we're there, actually. So I think in conjunction with the Bloor Street sidewalk resurfacing and the streetscaping project to provide more bicycle parking and also expand the sidewalks by taking out the currently kind of blocking the way boxes around the trees, I think it'll be a great improvement for the area that way. And any improvement in the neighborhood is great for our business. So I hope it's approved by this committee. I hope it's carried out. I hope it's a huge success, and hope that it becomes permanent and longer. Let's face it, we're talking, 2.4 kilometers here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, Councillor Cressy.
Just one. And, so you're a member of the Bloor Street Cultural Corridor?
Yes, we're part of the BIA for the Annex, as well as the BCC, the Bloor Culture Corridor.
So you're here as Bloor Hot Dogs supporting this alongside with the 17 other cultural institutions through the Bloor Street Cultural Corridor, and you're a dues-paying member of the BIA that has contributed through the Economic Impact Study?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good luck with the festival.
Thank you.
It's pride and joy of Toronto, that festival. It's amazing. You do great work. And our next speaker is Jerome and Dale, co-founders of Parkdale Collegiate Bike Club. Are they here? Here they go. Okay, welcome. So you just, just make sure the mic's on and you can start.
Hi, my name is Jerome Goddard. I'm from the Parkdale Collegiate Bike Club. This year we got the City of Toronto Cycling Champion Award. We really work hard in promoting cycling in our school. We've experienced more than 150% increase in cycling, and we feel we can bring a better perspective to what young people think about this to this discussion.
So yeah, we did a quick survey of our school that included 142 students, and 51% of those students said that they were regular cyclists. And we were asking about how they felt about the safety of Bloor Street. About 65% of them did not feel safe on Bloor Street. We had many people actually write comments about how they have been doored or nearly doored cycling on Bloor Street. And of the non-cyclists, 55% of them did not feel safe on Bloor either. And we expect that if there were bike lanes, that those non-cyclists would actually start to bicycle and use Bloor Street.
So in the past few years at Parkdale, what we've really worked on, not only in bike infrastructure, is working on a cycling culture in our school. And I think that's what's contributed to more people riding their bikes to school and seeing that cycling is the way to go, or that's what we feel. And while many people still take transit to school, or still get rides from their parents to school, cycling now is an integral part of the school community. And while I can't say that what happened at our school with an adaptation of cycling culture, I can't say that that would be reflected in Bloor Street. We do feel that even just trying a pilot project is an indication from the city that cycling is something that should be adapted by many, many people. It's a way to go. And we feel that cycling can really, or more people riding their bikes can really add to sort of our transit ecosystem.
Yeah, we found that if we looked at a map, we found about 9 high schools and middle schools that would be directly affected by having the Bloor bike lanes installed. And I know from my parents' perspective that they don't feel safe always allowing me to cycle on Bloor Street. And I'm sure that many other parents would feel the same way. So having a bike lane on Bloor Street would give peace of mind to both parents and students who want to have a safer, more efficient way to get to school.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. We always love having some youth come in and speak to us. What's the enrollment of Parkdale Collegiate?
We have about 600 students, so this survey is about a quarter of our student population.
Okay. And how long's your bike club been running?
2 years?
Sorry?
2 years.
2 years. And so you've done things to kind of change the culture at your school, like specifically, can you?
So we're working on, we have surveillance cameras that are focused on where students park their bikes. So we've had incidences of theft in the past. So the safety of people's bikes has been improved. We've run many assemblies with guest speakers. Our Bike Week program, we have raffle draws for people who try cycling to school. And so there's a discussion about cycling at our school. It's something that people like to do, and that's what we've been working on.
And you're saying there are 9 other high schools in the area, or that would be affected by would benefit from the bike lanes?
Yeah, and so for us, Parkdale Collegiate, we would not experience any real change with the Bloor cycling project, but we just want to talk about how this would affect young people. So there's no real benefit for us of a pilot project, but.
And do the other high schools have bike clubs, are you aware of? Or?
A few schools have sort of different approaches to cycling. I know there's a speaker from Central Toronto Academy,
Okay.
and she'll bring a different perspective to that, but yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Holliday has a question for you as well.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming. I wonder, do either of you have the Toronto Cycling app?
Yes, I do.
And what do you think of it?
I find it works quite well and
Yeah.
tracks quite efficiently.
I've heard other stories, and I've also heard that it could be out there more. One of the things it does is it gathers data for us and tells us about what you do on the road and how you do it. Do you think there's a way you could help us out by spreading the word on the app and getting more to use it?
planning on introducing this during our next bike week at the end of May this year.
Great, and you promote it through your club.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, great work, Jerome and Dale. Thank you for coming, and we're going to move on to Michelle Stopford.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Secrets from Your Sister. We're a locally owned small business. We've been operating in the Annex for over 16 years. We're a bra fitting boutique and a lingerie store with a diversity of clientele. Our customers come from all across the city, the province, and even the country, and they span from teenagers to senior citizens. Many of our customers are pregnant women or nursing moms, new moms, families. Customers who you might imagine would want street parking right in front of our store. However, our customer base does not complain to us about not having much access to street parking. In front of our store, there is not street parking, and we tell our customers both on our website and when we speak to them over the phone that they should park 1 block west on Markham in the Green Pea parking or 1 block east on Borden in the Green Pea parking. Our customers are by and large very happy with that. Our customers do not find a lack of street parking to be a deterrent from shopping. Because we work one-on-one with our customers, we speak to them for at least a half an hour every time they walk through the store. We know how they feel about how they got to our store that day. On behalf of our business, based on conversations with staff and customers, and from the point of view of our business success, we would like to passionately support the Bike Lanes on Bloor initiative. As I said, there's already very little street parking on our block, and we recommend our customers use the plentiful Green Pea parking available. Our customers are by and large satisfied with these options, which we have been offering for years. Additionally, many of our customers walk or take the TTC and thus will not be affected by the proposal. Many of our customers and much of our staff also cycle to work, and we're certain that safer and more plentiful bike lanes, as well as improved bike parking on Bloor, would have only a positive effect on our business. We believe in investing in our walkable community, and we're certain that the Bike Lanes initiative will do so, reducing the congestion of the street. We at Secrets from Your Sister passionately support the pilot initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you
for coming, and was just recommended the next speakers are from Central Tech. Do you want to come up together, Jennifer and Elise? I hope I'm saying your name right. And Dagem? Do you want to come up together? Yes. What did I say? Central Toronto Academy. Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Okay. Sorry. There's so many. Trust me. A lot of it. Yes. Okay. Here we go, guys. So there's your mic. And you can, as soon as you get organized there, you can start. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning. It's an honor to have been invited to speak before your committee. I'm Jennifer Anderson, the staff advisor of the Bike Club at Central Toronto Academy. Our school is a pioneer within TDSB as a bike-friendly school, with both our school programming and extracurricular activities. We have a fleet of about 40 bikes, and we take the students out on trips once a week for the bike club. Also, staff also have the opportunity to sign out the bikes for their students going on field trips. So these bikes get a lot of use. Students are out and about on the city all the time. A large number of our students bike to school and engage in active transportation. As you may recall, along with our students, we made several representations to your respective committee, asking your support for the implementation of Shaw Street contraflows, as Central Toronto Academy is located on Shaw. I've personally observed the increased bike traffic on Shaw Street since the implementation. As an educator, I'm always concerned about the safety and well-being of the students. It's always a dilemma when we encourage students to adopt active transportation but lack bicycle-friendly infrastructure. As many of our students live closer to the Bloor Street corridor, I'm pleased to learn about the pilot project to implement safe and separated bike lanes. I'm confident that this will increase the self-confidence and safety of the students, and I highly recommend your committee approve the implementation of the project. I'm sure students and staff will benefit enormously from riding on Bloor Street bike lanes, and after they enjoy the convenience and the safety, we will continue to advocate for extended bike lanes on Bloor Street. Thank you.
My name is Dagum. I'm a full-time student at Central Toronto Academy. I thank you, the committee, for giving me an opportunity to support my to express my support for the proposed bike lanes on Bloor Street. I am new resident to Toronto. I came to Canada in June 2015, and during the school orientation week, I present a workshop about biking school. For the first time ever, I had a ride with other students during the orientation week, and I learned about many benefits of using a bicycle for transportation, and I purchased my first bike in Canada. Then I joined our school bike club, and I had an opportunity with other club members to go to various destinations in the city, and I had a chance to see many places in Toronto easily using a bicycle. In good weather, I use a bicycle to come to school. During our weekly rides, we went on mixed traffic and separated bike lanes, and I felt more comfortable and safe riding on separated bike lanes. In fact, in December 2015, I, along with other members of the club, of the bike club, write a joint letter for the city of Toronto asking for more separated bike lanes. The main reason is that my friends at school feel more safe and easy to bike in separated bike lanes. I currently live in Ossington and DuPont, and I know many of my schoolmates live closer to Bloor Street. Their main concern is lack of safety. If there is a clear market and separated bike lanes, I am sure a good number of my peers will start using a bicycle to come to school or for everyday transportation. I fully support the proposed pilot project to install bike lanes on Bloor Street. I am sure this is a beneficial for majority of the students at Bloor Collegiate, Central Toronto Academy, and Harvard Collegiate and Central Technical School. I kindly ask the committee to support this project, make it permanent, and extend all along to Bloor Street. And I would like to see bike lanes all over the city. Thank you.
Good morning, committee's members. My name is Elise, and then I'm a student of Central Toronto Academy. I'm also a member of a bike club on our school, and I joined the club for past 3 years, and I'm one of the leaders, peer leaders in our club. And our bike is not just like extremely curriculum activity. We are more than that. We like to see our school becoming more bike friend. We like our city to become bike friendly. We like everybody to come like friendly with the bike and everything. I came to Canada 3 years ago as a young, without family, and I live with a limited income. My student pass cost me $112 a month, and if I can bike for 10 months, I can save around $1,000, and that is a big money for a student, young student as I am. And if we have access to safety and separate bike lane on the Bloor, we'll probably see a lot of student bike on the Bloor Street. It's not just about money, it's convenient, fast, and have sense of freedom to visit all around the city. As a young person who care about environment, I knew the best solution to congestion is engage in more activity, transportation, like cycling. I'm so happy to hear about City of Toronto is considering to implement a pilot project for bike lane on Bloor Street. Bloor Street is flat west to east corridor. It saddened me to see all the time lines of cars. It's like traffic along the way, but I'm so happy to see bike people just like around the cars and passing. And I can imagine if there is a bike line on Blue, we'll see 100 or 1,000 of people biking around the Blue Street. If I have a security and yes, at a time, I can imagine to see like an healthy children, like students biking on Blue, which will be, this is like my dream to see people biking more in the cities. I strongly support the proposal to install bike lane on Blue. It's good for my school, my friends at school, and neighbor. After all, will be very, very good for me. I can convince my friends to join the bike club, and they'll be more comfortable to ride on the road with me and all around the city. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a question for you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming down. I've had occasion with previous bike clubs to go out for rides around the neighborhood, and I just wanted to, the terminus, the end point of the bike lane westbound is Shaw Street, and that's done with something in mind, in that there's a bike lane on Shaw. Given that your school is on Shaw, do you see the bike lane on Bloor given an opportunity for more students to cycle on a daily basis to school?
Yes, definitely.
And in your experience, how critical is having a bike lane as part of making it more conducive for students to bike to school?
Well, for example, next week, weather permitting, we're taking students to High Park. And I know that's on the opposite end. It's not the same area as the pilot project. However, we never take Bloor Street. We usually take an alternate route because it's safer.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple more questions. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in. So what's your enrollment of the Central Toronto?
About 400.
400? And is it a high school? Sorry, I'm from the East End.
It's a high school, and housed within the building, there's also an alternative middle school as well.
And to your knowledge, are there any other schools similar to yours where you have bikes? I think you mentioned you have 40 bikes available for use. Are there any other schools like that in the TDSB system?
Well, I believe we house the program for Bloor as well, and I know Central Tech and Harvard also have bike clubs. And Jarvis as well.
And so they have a bike club, but do they have the bikes too? Is that part and parcel, or would you just have a club and no bikes? Your own bikes?
Do they have bikes? Yeah, we share the bikes
Okay.
within the community.
And who purchased the bikes, the TDSB or?
TDSB? It was. Yeah, it's a partnership with Bike to School.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming. Can you tell me, where's the school?
It's at Sean Harbord.
Sean Harbord. Do you ever use Harbord?
Yes, we do.
So that runs east-west. There's bike lanes on Harbord,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
So was that the alternate route you were talking about?
Alternate.
You said, we don't
No,
use Bloor,
well-
we use an alternate route.
We don't take, we take College Street when we go to High Park.
Oh,
But
and that's
we
bike
do use
lanes too.
Harbord quite often, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so but you do have bike lanes serving the school today, right?
Yes.
You've got Shaw and you've got Harbord and College.
Yes.
Okay. Then you go to Davenport. I got it. Thank you.
Okay, great work, guys. Thank you very much for your time. So we've had a request. There's a couple really young students here who are missing their math lessons, so they're demanding to go next. So if the next speaker would be kind enough to let Sarah and Kristen and Milana come forward so they can get back to their 3 Rs. And here they are. So welcome.
Hi. So he's my timer, so he'll be faster than that.
Okay.
I'm Sarah Kleiman-Haig. I'm a resident of Toronto, a mom, a driver, a cyclist, and a pedestrian. and I support the Bloor Street pilot project. As a driver, I prefer to have bikes in bike lanes. When I'm driving, I find it much easier to pass a cyclist safely and to know where they are and where they're going when they're in a bike lane. As a pedestrian, I prefer to have bikes on the road and not on the sidewalk. And I'm teaching my son to cycle now. He cycled downtown here with me today from St. Clair West. And when we have a very safe bike lane like Wellesley or Sherbourne, he can actually come on the road with me and leave the sidewalks free to the pedestrians. But if we were cycling on a busy road, he has to cycle on the sidewalk. So I'm on the road, he's on the sidewalk, and then I'm trying to teach him about cycling around pedestrians. But with bike lanes, kids, everyone can be on the road, not on the sidewalk. As a cyclist, I just want safe opportunities to use the road like everyone else. So for all those reasons, I support the Bloor Street bike lane. Councillor Holiday, you were asking about congestion, and I just know from my courses in transport geography, I'm sure there are lots of people or lots of studies around that we could send you, but kind of a fundamental law of traffic congestion is that when you expand the roads with more vehicle lanes, you get more congestion. When you decrease the roads, you actually, the traffic flows adjust, so your congestion does not increase. It's kind of a fluid thing. So by decreasing one lane, decreasing the parking, you're not going to get increased congestion. You will have local short-term effects, and then you'll return to kind of the steady state that you got on Bloor Street and other streets. And just the other point, I noticed you were asking about cycle lanes. Yes, there are bike lanes on Harbord, which is great. Yes, there are bike lanes on Davenport. But there are also roads for cars all through the city, and no one's ever going to say, well, you don't need to actually have car lanes because you could just take Wellesley. You could just go on whatever. So bikes also need space on all the roads. We also don't want to have to go 500 meters, a kilometer, 2 kilometers out of our way. So I think it's good to raise those points, and I think there are responses to that. So my son keeps asking me, who's cheering for bikes? Who's cheering for cars? And I'm asking the committee members to really look at this not from that mindset, not from a mindset about what political ideology we all have around bikes or cars. Under Michael Bloomberg, very fiscally conservative mayor, New York City has dramatically expanded their bicycle network. It makes sense. It's a transportation issue. It's not a political issue. So let's get the best transportation solutions for our city. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, guys, you're back to school. Sorry. I'd have tried to drag that out. Okay, I think actually to be kind to the, there's another one. Oh, go ahead, please. Sorry, I didn't realize. Do you have your mic on? There you go. Your time started.
My name is Melina, and I'm here with my friend Dante. I like bikes because bikes are fast, you can feel the breeze, and it's more fun. I ride my bike to school, to my friends' houses, to the park, and I go shopping on my bike with my parents. I ride on the street with my parents, and I like small streets best. But I like busy ones too, like Harbord Street. I feel confident on Harbord Street because it has bike lanes and it makes me feel safe. On Bloor Street, the way it is now, I feel unsafe. If I ride on the sidewalk, my parents can't ride with me because they aren't supposed to ride on the sidewalk and it's too busy anyways. And most of the time, it's too scary for me to ride on my bike on Bloor Street because cars take up all the room. But if there was a bike lane on Bloor Street, my parents and I could all ride together, and I feel safe. Some places I like to go on Bloor Street are the comic book store, Madoko, and the ROM. When I go to middle school, I will probably go to King Edwards, and I would take Bloor Street if there was bike lanes there. I wish there would be bike lanes on Bloor Street. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more.
Hi, my name is Dante. I am 9 years old and I go to Dewson School. I like riding my bike to school, to the park, to play baseball, and to the swimming pool. On Bloor Street, I ride on the sidewalk, but I want to ride on the road. I can't ride on the road because it is too dangerous. My parents say it's not safe. It is dangerous because there are lots of cars driving fast. I want there to be bike lanes on Bloor because I can ride on the road and be safe. Thank you.
Wow, bravo. Let me see if there's any questions for you. I think they're going to let you off the hook. Now you have to go back to school. Sorry. You did a great job, though. Tell your teachers. Tell your teachers you did a great job. All right, we're going to move back up now to, oh, actually, you know what? I think we're going to actually take just a 5-minute break, if that's okay, with, just to be fair to the committee members. Does that make sense, guys? So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll resume at 12:15. And Hamish, I'm just warning you, you have to bundle your comments, as does Jared. Do you realize that? Because you guys are on more than one item, so you have to bundle your comments. But we'll give you more time if you need it.
11:30.
Yeah, 11:30. What? Oh, 11:30? 11:30.
Well, you're on the list twice as having two different titles, so you get like two separate slots to depute. Why not, right?
I'm going to just
Hey, Jared.
What we're talking about at the same time. Which goes as
But you're not saying, I mean, you're not seriously, I mean, the bike lane's not going to change.
we're not saying don't.
You should also use more bikes. You're talking about. Like, actually, this is
What's that? I think
so you're not against the bike.
Let the couriers start using the right tools to do their job. Much better.
You were right.
All of the ones that I hate. And I wasn't scared. They are the ones you ignore. I know all the answers to this stuff. Don't you talk to me about this stuff. Because you have just
being live streamed. This spot is right in the camera exchange. That's very embarrassing. I noticed you, I was like, going to get here, and like, cycle box there. Turns out no still time. Jared, real Jared.
What are you doing? If you're not loving these fucking videos, exactly.
Excuse me, I didn't come here to have an opportunity, so. I'm going to speak to the committee. What are you doing? You're lobbying on. So am
I. Isolated self-identity. I've moved downtown. I've never in the city, so I haven't inflicted any damage to congestion. Visited on this city.
Well, it's east of us, and it's west.
I don't expect to do that. I just have respect for my neighbors and the city I live in. I love this place. So I've been coming down here for 30 years on this point. I listen to this stuff and I feel like disrespect is constant from these people. Well, but when you start talking about stuff like this that you don't know anything about, and you invest in the interest in to select this, right? Then I have a problem with it because my life's work making this a better city, making our transportation in the city more sustainable, efficient, and safe for everyone.
But how, you know, you can't, you don't know it.
He's going to, I've heard him speak before. We've been on that. Okay?
I mean, it's not unreasonable.
But why are you representing the truth?
This is a job.
He was Mike Harris's transportation. What do we need to say? Because Ontario is an auto-addled province. What is good for Ontario for years has been what's good for Oshawa. And that's why you have that is not the people.
It may end. Good luck. Okay, thank you. Actually, no.
It's not a matter of winning. It's a matter of what's best for the city.
I don't know why not. I'm presentation. Yeah, they are and stop. That's what's called.
I'll buy the DVD like I always
Yeah, this
I'll put it up.
here.
I'll put it so you'll be talking to a large constituency.
I am just overwhelmed with joy.
No, I can't find the street to get the problem is that the width is different, a lot of different sections. It's really so
and you're never going to get anybody psycho-secluded to take a and they're making using that space. Oh, that's it. Because you can't turn on and off the parking and then tell iTunes at the same time. That's there. And so it's a pretty I think the problem with that is studies have shown in Hamilton that they want to convert the downtown there's directions to King and Queen, and that's basically just because it emphasizes through traffic betterment of the local. So downtown Hamilton, there are people that are trying to convert to one way to two way, and there's no question it allows you to pump out the traffic at the same time. Downtown because people don't shoot traffic. So that's the thing. It's all in that balance. That's why this guy, he says, we're agnostic. Give us the opportunity so they can be I mean, people are famous society. They talk about New York. New York's a different context. So people go bringing data and things to decide how they want. But let's actually do the study. Then we'll actually know. So for all of us that are pushing for Biden, the data means that bad. So that's the thing. One may not be support.
Sorry, but I've never heard of the context of
well, yeah, I mean...
So that's what I'm curious about. I've never seen this in perspective. I hear about all these fears, but I've never heard any kind of data that says, if you do this, things will go down. Maybe I don't know about a study.
I mean, the problem is, for example, Calgary and Vancouver put in a lot of bike lanes. They've done the traffic study, but they haven't done the economic study. So there's no complete data. Right? And New York, they're cherry picking some of the data that they do. Some of the areas, congestion has gone down. So David said congestion has gone down. That would never happen on Florida because what they've done is they've gone from 4 lanes to 3 lanes, and then they put in left turn lanes, and that's the major effect. It doesn't have anything to do with bike lanes.
So bike lanes won't impact us.
So that I think yeah, just give us the data. That's the argument that I have. Give us the data.
I'm here with my team of RA. I'm here for the That's the main thing, right? Like, in principle, we're pro bike lanes, but show us the data. Because all we hear is no. And to say, what do you want to do? Study because there's 100 spots. It's, quite frankly, so that even shouldn't be said out loud in public.
But
that's my take.
For Harvard Village, was there data taken before and after the bike lanes?
You mean Harvard Street?
Yeah.
That was prior to me getting involved. I don't know what the Harvard BIA did, but
because they were opposed for a long time.
I know, but that's a very all of the bike lanes. We've got 2 major bike lanes. Harvard Village is Bloor to College, Spadina to Bathurst, and the stretch of College, which is Spadina to Bathurst, has bike lanes, and the stretch of Harvard has bike lanes. And I would argue that vehicle counts, at least on College, you get more bikes than cars.
Yeah, and the same is true now. The same is true in Harvard.
I couldn't tell you the economics. No one's done it. You're absolutely right. No one's done the economics.
That's why this is
compared traffic. But the reality is, guys, our notice is way ahead of us. It's changing. The future's coming. We can keep wanting parking, but all of the industry trends. I sell software. I have a little bit of
Councillor Perruzza, if you could make your way to Committee Room 2, we're going to resume Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Would Councillor Anthony Perruzza please make your way immediately to Committee Room 2 so we can restart our meeting? Okay, so who are we on? Okay, we can now resume. So the next speaker is Wayne Scott from Hoof and Cycle. Welcome, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Councillor Robinson, members of the committee, staff, and the gathered throng, I'd like to thank everybody for being here. This is something I've been doing now for more than a quarter of a century. I was born in Toronto in 1950, grew up in an isolated suburb of Toronto, Downsview, went to school there. That's right, Councillor Perusa. Well, it certainly was when I lived there. And so I moved downtown as soon as I could because I made a conscious choice when I was 16 years old not to drive a car. And I've kept that vow. I am a senior now. I have retired last year from Hoof and Cycle. I was the Automotive Dependence Reduction Officer for the last 20 years. And I want to apologize to everyone here for doing such a poor job. I'm now here addressing this committee, and I'm talking to the offspring of the people I used to talk to. And unfortunately, I don't see much of a difference along family lines from the discussions I had 25 years ago. It's really galling to hear I don't mean to be pejorative here, but the ignorance that comes from some of the questions here. This is 2016. The world has moved forward. The rest of the world understands the problems we're discussing here. And yet this committee, not the members on this committee necessarily, but this committee still doesn't seem to get it. Councillor Robinson, you mentioned you didn't want to bring up Jarvis again, and yet we had, in the last iteration of this committee, we saw the chair of the committee corrupt the debate procedure to rip out the Jarvis lanes. It was astounding to see that. He ignored the committee, 4 people on the committee ignored the public and muzzled staff as to the safety impact of taking out those bike lanes. We hear about the concerns of motorists constantly. How will this affect how they can park? Well, why is the convenience of motorists still holding sway over the safety of other citizens in this city that follow the city's advice to not use their cars or not use cars and move around the city so that our city becomes more safe, less congested, and more sustainable? These are all goals that we are supposed to share. Everybody says they do, and we've been saying this for 30 years. Why are we talking about a pilot project 40 years into discussing the route we're talking about? Now, I'm thrilled that we are talking about it still, because it means that somebody somewhere understands what's going on. Obviously, the people that live in the downtown area understand what we're talking about. And I think it might be better if we started to look at what's best and what's in the interests of the people that live in our city, and not just what's best for the people that want to drive through it. Again, I really encourage you to put the bike lanes on Bloor. I'm dealing with the after effects of throat cancer, so I'm not going to be able to come back here and talk about this much more. But I don't really understand why I should and why I have to. I really appreciate it. Thanks very much. Have a good one. Really? Usually not. Oh, I should have known.
You got the jabs in. I'm not going to debate that. No, I have one question.
Yeah.
It's a pilot project.
Yep.
The report doesn't talk a lot about what success means out of a pilot. Could you describe what you would see as a successful signal if this pilot was to go through?
Moving more people, more safely, more efficiently, and more sustainably. It's real simple.
All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
We're going to move on to Marjorie Murray is next. Welcome, Marjorie.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this pilot project. I have lived in Trinity Spadina for a really long time. I've been biking around that area for 40 years. I feel like we've had a lot of focus, I guess I agree with the previous speaker, on the convenience of cyclists, the convenience of car drivers and the profits of store owners. There are huge numbers of people who would like to cycle in the city who aren't, and what I'm going to talk about is fear. And it's easy. No, it's not easy. We just saw those youth saying how scary it is on bicyclists. As a retired high school teacher, I kind of feel like I know youth, and there is this sort of often a belief that you're going to live forever that dissipates as you get older. And as you go through 40 years of cycling and you get doored once or twice, there is, and it sounds exaggerated, but it's identifiable, there is post-traumatic stress disorder. After getting doored for about 6 months, every time I drove past a long line of cars, I would literally, just like in a film, get a flashback of me getting knocked over by a door and lying in the middle of the road in front of all the cars. Like, I would have flashbacks like that regularly. And that was the minor one. 4 years ago, when the narrow space that you have on Bloor Street as a cyclist suddenly was reduced to nothing by a car jerking in front of it, I went flying through the air, 10 feet through the air, and landed on my hands, which luckily had gloves on, and broke my wrist, which is actually really great considering that I have osteoporosis and it could have been a lot worse. And my point is that it's not getting easier as you age to bicycle. You become more aware of the risks. You have had a few accidents, crashes, whatever they call them now, yourself, and it becomes much, much more anxiety-inducing. After the breaking of my arm, luckily the car driver whose fault it was, insurance covered therapy for me for 3 years to deal with post-traumatic stress disorder. It was about 2 years before I could bicycle again without being in a complete state of paranoia, except that paranoia is the wrong word. Paranoia is unjustified fear of cycling. And what I realized is that my new awareness and anxiety about bicycling was actually a realistic assessment of the situation. And I really hope that anybody, before they're even allowed to disagree with anything about bike lanes, would bicycle along Bloor Street during a busy time of day, just for 10 or 15 minutes, and see what it's like. And I'm just going to highlight a few of the issues. So I'm there, and I'm wearing my helmet and my gloves, and that's it. And I'm surrounded by cars, SUVs, that even if another car crashes into them, they won't be injured, right? And the space is very narrow. You're sitting there, you're wondering, what is that car going to do next? Will he signal? Is he turning even though he's not signaling? So it's like all the same risks of driving a car, except you have no seatbelt and no protection. A cube van comes up beside you and you are invisible. And then you're wondering, is this an out-of-town driver who's not even as used to driving with cars, with bikes as other people? And I'm going to wrap up, but you can see that it doesn't take a lot to bring it back. Even though I have been bicycling regularly and the new bicycle lanes have really made a difference, I shop along Bloor Street, I go to the Bloor, I do a lot of stuff there. I really, really think you owe it to the citizens of this city to make that safe for me to do that.
Okay, we've got questions for you. Okay. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murray. Through you, Madam Chair. I too had the same experience getting doored at Bathurst and Bloor years ago, and have this reoccurring thought when I can't tell if someone's in the car or not, and you got to look in the rear view, you look in their side mirror. My question though was on this notion. I think a lot of people don't get this. Bloor is a little bit more narrow than a lot of other streets in that the curb lane doesn't facilitate. Have you noticed? I got a formative question.
I get claustrophobic.
But the curb lane is quite a bit more narrow than other curb lanes in that there's not a lane and then 3 feet and then the other lane.
Right.
The lane is, have you noticed that it's quite a bit more narrow in that curb lane?
Yes, I definitely avoid that part if possible, although I often have to go there. There's enough room for a bike and a car door, but not both.
Not both.
It's impossible, and that's an extremely busy stretch. The cars are there all the time.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, was there Councillor Cressy, are you okay? You're okay, all right. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. All right, next speaker. Next speaker is Allison Stewart. No, it was 15. Sarah. Welcome, Amber. You can, no,
Hi
I'm
there,
sorry,
it's
Allison.
Allison.
There's also an Amber. Go ahead, Allison.
Hi, I'm a resident from Ward 28 that I choose to bike as often as possible for all of the great reasons, health, but really it's accessible to me and it's really unaffordable. And with all the money I save riding my bike and only needing to buy a TTC pass for 1 month of the year, I'm able to spend a lot more money locally. So putting aside safety, accessibility, and equitability that's needed for cyclists in Toronto, I want to tell you a story that supports the cyclist as being a wallet on wheels. I was going home from the Bike Awards this March, and because my bike was in the shop, I actually needed to take a cab. And the cab driver was very friendly, and he asked me if I was just coming back from a work function. And I thought, am I honest? Do I tell him that I'm coming from the Bike Awards? And am I then going to hear about how all these cyclists are awful and get in his way on the road? But I took a breath and I said, actually, I'm coming from the Bike Awards. And he said, what's that? And I said, well, it's actually a great annual tradition where the city recognizes businesses that support cyclists and how they drive business. And he said, oh, really? How's that? And I said, well, for example, in a recent study on Bloor Street corridor, they discovered that 70% of the people that spend money are actually coming on foot, on transit, or on cycles. And the cab driver paused and he said, well, it's interesting that you say that. When I'm driving around the city in between fares, I often see cool T-shirts in the windows, but I can't. There's no parking or it's really busy and I can't just pull over and run in and buy my T-shirt. So I actually don't get to buy all the things I want to. And then when I plan for my shopping, of course, I don't see any T-shirts I like. And I said, well, there you go. I said, so we're all right. Please be a little more mindful of cyclists. And he mentioned that it was very brave of me to cycle. And I said, well, unfortunately, that is the case. I know many people that are afraid to cycle, and it does take a bit of a mindset. You have to be very careful. And I'm just hoping that you vote for the bike lane project on Bloor, because really, at the end of the day, Toronto should not be a city where walking and cycling are two healthy ways to die. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next, I think there's a switcheroo with Nancy's going to allow Howard, was it, to come forward first? Is that the plan? So Howard Chang, Top Drawer Creative, and you're switching.
Hello, thanks everyone for having me here. Thanks to everyone who's made time out of their day to attend this meeting. My name is Howard Chang. I am a board member and co-founder of a cycling club based in Toronto called Les Domestiques. And for those francophones in here, or those who don't speak French, it means the servants. Our cycling club is fairly unique. It's made up of about 100 business leaders in Toronto. Many of our members are CEOs of Fortune 100 companies. We employ collectively about 180,000 people in Toronto. The reason why well, first of all, full disclosure, I actually drove my car here, okay? And that's an interesting point because most adults who ride bikes are drivers. That's a simple fact. I'm a CAA member as well, and I saw a recent post by the CAA that said something like 67% of their members, this is the Canadian Automobile Association, ride bikes. So it isn't like different species here. We're actually all people. And the thing that we have to remember on the roads is that we're all brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. That's the truth. So the core issue, of course, is safety. Myself being an employer with a $5 million a year payroll, I'm responsible for the health and safety of my staff. We have a bike to work program at work where we actually pay our staff to ride their bikes to work. Why do I do that? Why do I spend thousands of dollars a year paying my staff to ride their bikes to work, provide showers? Because actually, it helps my business. It improves retention, improves morale. I have a very successful company partly because I have great culture. So there are some really clear reasons that are just simply beyond congestion, that are beyond sustainability. I mean, there's probably climate change deniers in this room for all I know, but let's talk about just the simple aspect that it benefits the people of Toronto. And then to get back to the pilot, I know the City of Toronto loves their studies. And so I'm sure the study will go through at some point, if not today. I'm hoping it's going to be today. Because we love to put things off and say, let's do a study. But as business leaders, we don't actually have the luxury of spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on any study that we feel like on any given day. So what we do is we actually look at the competition. We look at who are the leaders in our category and what are they doing and how are they winning. And I don't know if you guys know this, but there's hundreds of world cities, many of them in snowbound countries like Scandinavia, like New York, like Montreal, which I think has a little bit more snow than us, just saying. And they've had very, very successful implementation that hit all the metrics that everyone in this room has been talking about. It's kind of a no-brainer. So I understand that we all have our political, dogmatic points of view, but this is just a study. As one of the other speakers said, let's find out. There's really no harm in that, right? We'll put hundreds of thousands of dollars into studying almost nothing about nothing. Here's something that dramatically impacts the lives of Torontonians, so let's support it. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much for coming down and surprising you didn't bike, but we'll talk about that later. I know that you have a fantastic business in wonderful Ward 32, bike-friendly business, and you've won oodles of awards for your business being so bike-friendly, and you just said you pay your staff to bike to work, but what else do you do to encourage your staff to bike?
I don't think cycling is the only answer. We really promote multimodal transportation, so we've been a Smart Commute member for many years. We subsidize TTC. We encourage carpooling. We do everything we can to improve the quality of life of our staff who are residents of this city. I've been a resident of Toronto for 50 years, so I'm pretty vested in wanting to make sure that this is a more livable city.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a similar question to before. You talked about it as being a study or it's a pilot, and we're going to have to reevaluate this at some point. I think the general manager said in 2017. Do you have any recommendations on criteria on how we will evaluate whether or not this has been a success or a failure? And I want to make sure that we include all Torontonians in that, not just the cyclists, but everyone affected. Business owners, pedestrians, motorists, everything.
So one of the things I would highly recommend is the Board of Trade is hosting an event with Janet Sadik-Khan tomorrow, 11:30, I believe. And Janet Sadik-Khan is the transportation, not the cycling czar, the transportation czar of New York, the former one, and under the very conservative Mayor Bloomberg. And she successfully implemented a transportation plan that dramatically has reduced gridlock, has increased the tax base of local residences over the last 5 years, and part of it was implementing almost 700 kilometers of street-marked bike lanes in New York. So what I would suggest, because I'm not an expert in cycling in terms of urban planning, is look to those success stories. What did they use? What metrics did they use? And I think the committee would be well advised to look at these very successful implementations and look at the practices that they put into place in order to measure their success.
All right, thank you.
Just as a business individual, it's always great to have a strong business plan, right? A vision, a strategy, a business plan.
Very much
agree
so.
with that?
Very much so.
Do you feel this report that's 4 double-sided pages plus an appendix accomplishes that when it doesn't even outline any metrics? There's nothing really to start measuring from in this current report before us?
So how I'd respond to that is absolutely everything can be improved. And I would say that if you were to give me 5 reasons, we could probably find 5 reasons in this room right now to point out flaws in the plan. My feeling right now is do. Because without doing, we're not going to find out some of the key data points that we need to even begin to assess how do we measure success.
But you agree we need to get this right. We need to do this properly. Do you agree with that?
So Mark Zuckerberg says something very interesting. What's going to win in business is actually no longer about sweating the details, it's about fast. We're way, way behind. The clock is at 11:59 around our transportation crisis in Toronto. We have to get the city moving. So I say go.
And why do you think this has taken 20, 30, some people say 40 years in the making? Why is that? I find that so curious.
Yeah, myself as well. Although I've been, I used to commute to the University of Toronto many, many years ago, decades ago, and we've had similar discussions for 30, 40 years. I would say a lot of it has to do with the culture of our city. We have a lot of, we're a city of neighborhoods, right? And we have a lot of different points of views. And I think a lot of politicians in the city are very, very tuned into the anecdotal feedback they get from their constituency, which I think is fantastic. But I think sometimes we have to be a little bit more like Steve Jobs, where we have to show the way as leaders. Sometimes we'll take a little bit of political flack for it, but in the end, it's your legacy. What do you want to be known as, a dinosaur or a progressive who's made Toronto a better city? That's the big question.
Okay, and one more quick question. This is just a stretchable, right? I forget what it is, 4K, or do you want this to go right across Bloor, like just keep this up right across Bloor, west and east?
My answer
Danforth?
to that is, I don't know yet. That's why we need to do this study.
So you just want to do this one piece and then evaluate down the road?
As someone who rides my bike in the city, I would love us to be a little bit more like a Copenhagen, for instance. I was going to write a letter to the late Mayor Ford advocating bike lanes, because if he wanted to drive his SUV in the city unimpeded with traffic, build bike lanes. Because my experience in Copenhagen is there was no rush hour, because 57% of all trips were made on bikes in a very cold Scandinavian city all year round. There was no rush hour because people rode bikes, because it's faster, more convenient, as some of the other people have said here. So I would definitely say that it's a pilot project, but long term, I think we can follow some great examples that have already done it.
Okay, thank you for your answers. All right, next is Dr. Peter, I hope I'm going to say this right, Saklos. Welcome. And then after that is Jean Nogami. So maybe if you could get ready, because we are running out of time here. We have quite a few speakers still.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Dr. Peter Sackles. I'm a family doctor at St. Clair and Bathurst. As a family doctor, my job is to look after the health of my individual patients, but it's also my work to improve the health of the community, which is why I decided to cancel my patients this morning in my office to come in to give my support to the Bike Lanes on Bloor project. Although I'm not here as an official representative of any organization, I can confidently say that I speak on behalf of Ontario's doctors. And I can say this because the points I will make are the official position of the Ontario Medical Association, which is the organization that represents all of Ontario's doctors. In 2011, the OMA published its policy paper on cycling, which I have here, called Enhancing Cycling Safety in Ontario. And it unequivocally endorses the building of safe cycling routes in Ontario's cities. I'll read quotes directly from the OMA policy paper. Initially talks about the obvious health benefits of cycling as a really excellent activity for health. And then the report talks about specific recommendations to make cycling safer, because it recognizes that cycling safety is so important. And above all, above the importance of using helmets, above the importance of education of cyclists, above the importance of education of drivers, is cycling infrastructure. The report says, improving cycling infrastructure, that is, creating safe, connected routes with dedicated cycle lanes, is essential to reducing injury and also reducing the barrier that safety concerns play in dissuading people who might otherwise consider bicycle trips. And I'll just read a few quotes from the conclusion of the report. Creating a safe environment for cyclists of all ages is an important step toward a healthier population. It's the legal right of cyclists to use roads along with drivers, and it is of the utmost importance that they be able to do so safely and without fear. Besides preventing many deaths and injuries each year through infrastructure investment and education, the province has a great opportunity to improve population health by facilitating the exercise that cycling provides. Toward this goal, the OMA recommends the following: that municipal governments, which have the responsibility to build a significant portion of much-needed cycling infrastructure, redouble their efforts to do so, and that bike lane and bike path networks should be safe and seamless enough for parents to feel comfortable permitting their children to ride on them. I'm going to read that again because that one really stood out for me, that bike lane and bike path networks should be safe enough for parents to feel comfortable permitting their children to ride on them. I probably don't have to add anything much more to what has been said by Ontario's doctors, but to summarize, cycling is healthy, but it has to be safe. And it is your job as city councillors to ensure the safety of cyclists in Toronto, and that means protected bike lanes. The Bloor Street pilot project is a crucial step to achieving this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? One question, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Dr. Sackles. I appreciate your viewpoints. One of the things the report talks a little bit about is the cost, and it talks about it's about $500,000, and we forego some parking revenue, I don't know, $700,000 or $800,000. There's probably some operational costs. So we're talking about a couple of $1 million here on this project. In your opinion, given we've got about a 2.5-kilometer run here, and you talk very, very elegantly about the need to improve cycling facilities in the city, and I agree. Is this the best bang for our buck to invest in sort of a concentrated spot in the inner city, and given there's some parallel infrastructure nearby, or would be better off to use that money in other places, creating trails where there's nothing, or closing gaps where there's gaps in other places in the city? I mean, I can think of one close to my house.
Sure. Yeah, you know, I think that, I mean, there's lots and lots that can be done. I think that, as some of the speakers have said, this has been sort of a thing that has been recommended for years. And I was struck, I hadn't seen the map before about the concentration of injuries to cyclists. And, you know, there's this red blob right over this area that was shocking to see. And so I think we have to, like, absolutely right, put the money where it's used best, and it sure seems to me like this is the place to do it. The other thing is, just like in medicine, when we try a new treatment or try something that we think will work, we study it, and that's the only way we know for sure that it will work, and I think this is a really important test or study to do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. And we're going to move on to Zhang. Welcome, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. My name is Jun Nogami. I'm a Ward 13 resident, so I'm not in the area directly affected by the pilot, but I ride in from the High Park area to downtown every workday. I generally don't travel along Bloor because I don't like fighting 2 lanes of car traffic during rush hours. Also, I get more flats on Bloor because there's more broken glass there, although I think with the demise of the Brunswick that might change a little bit. So, anyway, I'm an engineer and I'm data-driven, although I will point out that I'm not a traffic engineer. So I would echo many of the comments that have already been made. This pilot project is a golden opportunity to gather quantitative information about the impact of bike lanes on a heavily traveled route with a high density of storefronts. And the most significant part of this study is that we're not just doing the traffic study as per usual, but we're gathering the economic data at the same time. And I was very pleased to hear that the Bloor Annex BIA is commissioning their own independent study as well, because we have to make sure that we fully assess the impact of the bike lanes. I do hope that the data is meaningful. In the past, the city has used data to both oppose and to promote bike lanes. For example, in opposition, you have delays for cars along Jarvis Street. In support. You can talk about the increased number of bicycle riders along Richmond to Adelaide, but in my mind, I can't square those two pieces of data. So I'm very happy to see from the presentation from the city that they're going to be looking at both car and bike movement through the affected area. This kind of data has already been gathered for Harbord Street, and both by the city and on a volunteer basis. I've seen the volunteer data, and it shows that that the number of people commuting by bike can routinely exceed the number of people commuting by cars. So, just in closing, I would ask you to just consider the possibility that bike lanes could actually not have a major impact on traffic congestion, such as the data that's been quoted for New York City. Consider the possibility that bike lanes could have a positive economic impact for local merchants, and that's been demonstrated in many other jurisdictions. And consider the fact that the addition of bike lanes will have a positive impact on safety for both cyclists and pedestrians and improve the quality of life for residents in wards 20 and 21. It's not an exaggeration to say that the world's eyes are on Toronto on this particular project. It's a really important study to be done. We want to take the opportunity, I would urge you to take the opportunity to gather the data, and then on that basis, Councillor Holladay makes excellent points. We also have to define the criteria for success, but we can't do that absent having the data in the first place. Thank you very much.
One question for you.
Thank you. Could you tell me, you said you cycle into the city every day.
Yes.
How do you come?
I use short sections of Bloor, but usually I come in along Wallace and Shanley, which parallel Bloor about a block north, and then I cut down on Shaw Street and come across on Harbord. Now, if the Bloor bike lanes go in, then it would cut some travel time for me. And the other effect that it would have is I do patronize some of the businesses along in the study area. I would do that more often if there were bike lanes on Bloor.
And how's Harbord? Does it work well?
In my opinion, yes, it works. It works really well.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to change, the deputy city manager won't be with us after lunch is over, and there's an item that's very important that he's here for. So by that, I understand the member is going to release that item, so I'd like to do that at this time. What I'm referring to is the Metrolinx item. What number is it, somebody? 12-9. So Steeles Avenue East Grade Separation Environmental Assessment. To release that, okay, all those. Okay, so Councillor Perruzza is going to move the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That.
Madam Chair, since we're on this, because we're not going to get to this. There's an item that I also held, this 1213, traffic control signals Finch West in my ward. It's just a report that I asked staff to bring forward. I haven't had an opportunity to speak to the staff, so can I move to refer this to next month's meeting?
Absolutely, that would be helpful.
If it's fine, if people
Yeah,
can
so
deal with another
PW
one?
12.4 referred to the next public.
No, 12.4, no, 12.13.
Oh, 12.13, sorry. PW 12.13 traffic control signals, Finch Avenue West.
Correct, and that would give me an opportunity to speak.
Deferred to the next meeting of Public Works and Infrastructure Committee.
Yeah.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. So we've just passed, for everybody's information, the Metrolinx one as well as this one, 13.
Refer to next meeting, correct? The next meeting?
Yours is referred to the next meeting. The other one, actually, you moved, and we all voted for.
Do we have a date on the next meeting?
Yes, we do. Look it up. It's in your calendar.
May 16th?
Okay.
But instead of me flipping through this digital thing, right, it's very, they see it's May 16th.
All technology.
We are on it. Yeah.
All right, so let's go back to our speaker list. Thank you for that, for accommodating that, because those locked down those items. Okay, so let's move on to our next speaker, which is Andre from Metcalf Foundation. Welcome.
I notice you didn't try the last name, which I won't.
No, I didn't.
Won't hold against you.
You can tell it. You can share it with us.
So thanks for your time, everyone. I'm Andre Valley with the Metcalf Foundation, where I'm employed as the Environment Program Director. It's kind of hard batting 21st because most of the good points and all the key people that you'd like to build on their points have been made. Brian Burchill in particular from the Bloor Annex BIA, made a number of points that are directly relevant to Metcalfe Foundation's interest in this area. So the foundation, very briefly, is a private charitable foundation based in the Annex. We're actually located on Madison Avenue, just north of Bloor, between Bloor and Lothier. We fund in 3 areas in the city: performing arts, inclusive local economies, and the environment. Through the environment program, we have what's called is a Cycle City funding stream. In that funding stream, we support a wide range of organizations that are actively working around active transportation issues right across the city. I'm very pleased to say one of the examples is Scarborough Cycles, so working on building cycling infrastructure in the Scarborough area of Toronto. But more closely connected to this is our support for the economic impact study done in partnership with the 2 local BIAs. One of the things we did late last year was support, and we actually hosted Jeanette Sadiq-Khan, who's already been referenced by an earlier speaker, former commissioner of the Department of Transportation in the United States, in New York City in the States. Over her 6 years, she led the installment of 400 miles of bike lanes. Quite a stunning stat, above and beyond the plazas and the pedestrianization of Times Square and a whole assortment of other measures that were undertaken under her leadership. But more importantly, she worked closely with Mayor Bloomberg during her time. While Bloomberg has been already referenced, one of the things she reminded us of during her event here in the city in December is one of the oft commented remarks the mayor would make. In God we trust, all others bring data. Now, I think that's critically important to keep in mind here. Obviously not an original point in terms of the value and benefits of having good data to inform good decisions. But the Foundation's own interest in this area of work is to ensure that with the pilot project, we will, working among our community partners, be ensuring that we have a clear understanding of the economic impacts of the bike lane infrastructure. So we see a lot of value in moving forward with the pilot and think it will be both a benefit for cycling infrastructure and those who will use it, but also from the standpoint of a city as a whole for us to better understand the economic impacts of bike lane infrastructure for further expansion across different parts of the city. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've got one question for you.
Thank you for coming. You did mention the importance of data. Pardon me while I lose my voice. So we're going to spend a year looking at the effects of the implementation of lanes, and I'm hoping we'll capture 365 days of action, right? We'll see some, I think, busy times in the summer and maybe not so busy times in the winter. Maybe we'll be surprised, I don't know. What about the importance of baseline data as a comparison? So I'm not seeing in this report or getting a lot of confidence so far that we've got a really good look at 365 days of existing information. I'd love to know what the cycling use is every day and what the traffic is every day and what the use is on the parallel routes and what will happen to those as things change. Would you agree that that's also just as important to understand where we are today, to understand where we go to in the future?
Well, it actually gives me the chance to answer an earlier question at the same time, which was around should the city be funding this data gathering and data analysis? And so a two-part answer, I guess, is one, I think from a charitable foundation standpoint, we were happy to partner with the 2 BIAs to ensure good data was available around the economic impact. With regards to the study, doing both pre-installation and post-installation surveys will be critically important, as well as comparing that against the work that's being done on Danforth in terms of gathering data where there's not going to be the post-installation issue as yet. But I think the point around data as a whole for these types of conversations around transportation, of course, and other issues in the city, it's critically important, I think, to support and empower city staff. And I think this is an often, in this particular moment with this particular issue, is an opportunity for us to be thinking about the resources available when it comes to cycling infrastructure conversations within the city itself, an opportunity to be thinking about how to better support, both from a staffing and organizational standpoint, but also from a data and analysis standpoint through increased support for cycling work at the city. But in terms of specific expert advice, I would trust and empower your staff on that one.
Okay, if I suggested that maybe we should have a year's worth of data, do you think that would be valuable?
A year's worth of data, and sorry, can you clarify?
365 days, 4 seasons worth of data as a baseline, would that be valuable?
That's a fairly hefty bill to foot. So what we're supporting from a community partnership standpoint is looking at the opportunities within the shoulder seasons. We're not biasing mode share versus the summer or the winter in terms of extremes. For us, that's a reasonable starting point. I think it was Howard who said, let these kind of concerns or the questions around 365 days of data not stand in front of us as what is clear support for trying this out as a pilot.
Okay, so the answer is no.
Well, the answer is more complicated than no, but if that's what you're striving for, you're not going to get it from me. I'm sorry.
No, all right. Thank you.
Any others? No? Okay, thank you very much. So we're 2 minutes away from lunch when we have to break for lunch unless we vote to extend. We have people who are continuing to add on to the speakers list. We did not close the speakers list, and so there's 3 more speakers. And as you can see, even with the existing speakers, we're going to be very challenged to even finish this item today. So I don't know if the members of the committee would be open to reducing our lunch hour from an hour to 30 minutes.
Madam Chair, why don't you just test the audience to see if there's a lot of folks here just simply in support of the bike lanes on Bloor, and they can all agree that, you know, that they're in support of it. Maybe we can cut it down a bit and get to a vote on it today, right? It would be nice to do that.
Okay, so the committee members want to reduce our lunch hour from 12:30 to 1 to 12:30 to 1, I'm sorry, 12:30 to 1:30 to 1? Or are you okay with that?
I'm sorry.
I know everybody has a lot on their plates.
I have a meeting now scheduled in my office with Zippy Car. They're probably there, sitting outside the office door. I don't know, Zip Car or something, Zippy Car. So I should just leave him there, right? Sitting in front of the... No, I can't do that, Madam Chair. It's been scheduled, right? And I agreed to it.
So what would the committee like to do? I'm flexible. I can, my time is focused on this, so...
Madam Chair, I have a meeting. I can't stay now.
Councillor
Well,
McMahon?
I would just suggest if we cannot reduce the lunch hour, that we're all back, bums and seats, 1:30, ready to go.
Thank you. Okay, unfortunately, we have to now, unless we have a motion to extend, and I'm not seeing one, we have to now stop, recess until 1:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you, everyone.
Madam Chair, you want to come back at 1 o'clock? I'm happy to do that after my meeting.
Oh, my God, that's what I said.
No, I didn't say no. I said I have a meeting now, and I don't want to leave him there.
Okay, so sorry, everybody. It's been a change of plans. We are now going to resume at 1 p.m. sharp.
I'll move that motion, Madam Chair, that we come
Okay,
back at 1 p.m.
Councillor Perruzza moves it. All in favor?
Unless somebody from transportation wants to go take my meeting, then we're good with that.
Excuse me, could you clear the room, please? The room is going to be locked. I need you to clear the room. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Public Works Committee members. We are still waiting for quorum. Thanks.
Yeah.
And did you, isn't John Corky that wants to speak? Did you?
I spoke to, yeah, I approved him.
Oh, you did?
I did. I'll tell you why. I won't tell you why.
Well, he'll be the last one, because there's another one that I just told him that we are not going to allow it. He's the one on the left.
Okay.
He's sitting at the far end.
All right.
I said no, but he's going to write in.
Yeah, he told me, yeah. All right, we're going to get started. And my understanding is there's some people who have taken their names off the list. So we're going to actually move to just close the speakers list at this time in order to accommodate the rest of the speakers. So that's moved. All in favor? No one opposed, so that carries. So we're going to move on with our next speaker, which is Felix Witten,
Oh, yeah, this is the one.
number 22. But apparently a number of the people below there have come off, so we need to just work through that. So Felix is gone. Okay. Hamish Wilson's next. So Hamish, you understand we've bundled the 4 items?
I think that's really deplorable in some ways.
You're welcome. So,
Cannot really lay that liability trail well enough.
so Hamish, so I guess if you can do it in 6 minutes?
If I had another 3 minutes, that would be greatly appreciated. I will try not to repeat myself, but it has been like 10 years of repeating myself about Bloor bike lanes and other east-west safety issues, so I will endeavor to be somewhat concise. In some ways, this is great news. There's been a lot of hard work and serious thought and consideration going into this, and yet I can't help but feel a little bit disappointed and frustrated with it all as well. The motivation for the 1992 report that found Bloor Danforth as the best one for an east-west, that was actually to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. In terms of the overall context of what we've done on Bloor Street and Danforth, it's very much of a failure in my view. We still lack a good, safe, connected east-west link through the center of the city. It's not merely about bike safety, not for me. It's for transit relief as well. Maybe people don't take the subway, but some people do, many people do. They pay for the privilege. It's really crowded. In order to get effective subway relief, it may be a new concept, using bikes and a bikeway for transit relief. In order to get that sort of effective transit relief for the price of paint, we need to have length. We need to go beyond a mere pilot. Certainly with the crash stats, you've known for decades how dangerous the east-west roads are. That's from 1983. That's the scope of the pilot marked out with the scope of the crashes, not including streetcar tracks. Go to 97, 98, again, you've seen these before, so I am repeating myself, but I still don't see that change on street. The pilot is a relatively minor part of the overall length of where we get hurt and injured. And fresher stats, again, the pilot is a tiny bit of Bloor. And unfortunately, Bloor is especially needed west of Ossington. Because we do have Harvard Street in my area. I've been in the Annex area for quite a while. We have Barton, we have Sussex, we have Harvard, we've got some back alleys, we've got options to go east-west. It still doesn't mean to say that Bloor Street isn't dangerous. It is. There's no doubt about that. I don't like seeing this stuff. People get hurt and injured. I hope he's not paralyzed. There was another woman. Blood on the street. It may have been her fault. Still doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be doing things. We have to do some changes. However, by failing to do a longer project and a longer pilot, I think we're really missing the major reason for doing a Bloor Danforth bikeway, which is for the subway relief. If we actually did a people count on this Bloor-Danforth corridor. Forget about the cars, maybe count the people in the cars, but I think the subway passengers would be the number one, and they are not getting the number one treatment. They're getting something else, and I can't really say that. That maybe the car drivers might be probably pedestrians would be the second largest category of people moving through this corridor, followed by the car drivers perhaps, and then by the bikes. My idea of a pilot, going back to the 10-year-old approval to study, I think it was about 10 years now, that we first had the approval to get to an EA study of the 8 kilometers between Sherbourne and High Park, is to go for length, but to compromise a little bit in this annex area. Maybe we just could use with wider curb lanes. We don't have to go for the full bike lane. But where we really do need the bike lanes from the network standpoint and from the function of expanding the transit system for the price of paint is west of Ossington over through to High Park. And there's also a curious little thing over here on the east side, Bloor Street East, between Sherbourne and Church. It's part of the 2001 bike plan. It still lacks bike lanes. Why isn't this done yet? Why isn't this part of the pilot? I'm sorry, I'm really disappointed in that sort of failure, considering that it's $25,000 or so to repaint a road for bike lanes. How come this has not been done yet? Councillor Wong Tam does support Bloor bike lanes there, so let's have a motion to add this part in to this particular study. I did give you some suggestions. Staff will remove on-street parking on north side of Bloor Street East between Sherbourne and Church by mid-June as part of an upgrade to cycle safety on this piece of Bloor in the 2001 bike plan, and that this will occur with roadworks and lane line repainting with the goal of providing consistent curb lanes with bike symbols as a step towards the bike lanes occurring with the repaving, and that bike safety measures will be in place during the construction process. I would also suggest that if you're really concerned about bike safety, and gosh darn you better be, this pilot study now, you should actually direct staff to immediately begin preparing work on where it's really needed, west of Ossington. So that would be a second motion. And since I'm getting close to being out of time, I would like to wrap in some of the, well, here's something else here. Another flop of this particular, or maybe failing, maybe, I don't know. But why isn't the whole totality of the on-street parking actually, or the parking available to people actually included in this study? There are scads of parking lots, both the Green P and the unofficial sort of Transact type parking spaces, parking lots, all sorts of parking in behind various stores. The on-street parking issue is really not a big deal. Not really if you actually know the area and go out to the area and start counting up the parking spaces. So for $500,000 worth of study, how come we don't have a better assessment of the parking issues? Going back to the crash stats, how this touches on some of the other things, these crash stats don't include the issues with the streetcar tracks. There is such a gaping hole, and yet so many people want to bike west of Ossington, west of Bathurst, in the lower parts of the city. We totally need to have bike safety through there. We've been avoiding it for a long, long time, and that's so wrong. Rather than spending money on the rail trail, et cetera, I think you really need to actually make it safe for us to bike in the east-west direction. And in fact, going back 8 years, where did that color picture go from the West End bikeways? That is actually what we wanted to see. We wanted to see direct routes on the main east-west roads. You haven't delivered. It's been 8 years. So in fact, rather than celebrating all of this as such a great step towards climate change mitigation, et cetera, I'm sorry, I just feel that you're really dragging your feet, because I think you are, and maybe we need a divorce. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much, David. Is Carlo next? Is Carlo here? No? So the next speaker would be Michael Connell. I don't know if it's you or one of your team members, Jared?
Yeah, a team member has headed off.
Okay.
I'm happy to just keep my comments to 3 minutes, though,
Okay.
or less.
You're on a couple items, so you can go a bit longer if you need to, right? So do you understand that you're also speaking now on, you were written into also a PW 12.3 and 15? So you have to actually do it all now?
No problem.
Okay, so we'll give you a bit more time.
I'll keep my comments brief. Thank you, Chair Robinson, members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. I'm also pleased to see the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Denzelman and Wong, who led the drive for safer streets in the last term of council. The cycle tracks on Richmond Adelaide wouldn't have happened without him, so thank you, Councillor. How about Jarvis? Yep. True enough. Toronto's a city of cyclists. I think, as we all know, over the last year, 1.5 million Torontonians have ridden a bicycle, and they want to ride more often. 73% of Torontonians say the lack of cycling infrastructure is holding them back from riding more often. And we can see why. A cyclist is hit by a car driver every 6 hours of every day of the year. We went to our membership and we asked them, have you been struck while riding on Bloor Street? And we received dozens and dozens of emails back, stories that said, with a bike lane, that this could have been prevented. This is also in the face of an on-street bicycle network that has grown at a glacially slow pace. But things have begun to change. Toronto built the Richmond Adelaide cycle tracks, which closed a major gap in the cycling network downtown. 1 year after implementation, the number of riders on Adelaide tripled. Tripled! We don't see those kinds of numbers in many places on our transportation network. Queens Quay is another significant success story. The summer after the opening, like literally 1 month after the opening, the new bike path along Queens Quay, a 24-hour count was done of cyclists, and it found more than 6,000 people moving by bicycle. Torontonians want to ride, but they won't do it unless we provide safe cycling infrastructure. There are many examples from around the world that we can look to in addition to these. Seville, Spain, a city of 700,000 people, grew mode share from under 1% to more than 7% of all trips in 6 years. And they did this by installing a backbone network of nearly 130 kilometers of protected bike lanes throughout the city. But here's the thing. When it comes to bike lanes in Toronto, most of the easy stuff is done. Building bike lanes means rebalancing the street, in most cases, away from space for cars. Streets like Bloor are the right places to build bike lanes for many of the reasons that previous deputants have mentioned, and that will boldly expand the cycling network. But to highlight one more, we can get the city moving. More than 80% of the time, Bloor Street has 2 lanes of parking and 2 lanes of car traffic, treating half the roadway like a parking lot. Installing bike lanes would retain those 2 lanes of car traffic and 1 lane of parking. We can give Torontonians more transportation options and get the city moving. Is the Bloor pilot large enough for us? Well, no, we're bike advocates. We want to see bike lanes on Bloor for the full extent to help unlock the network. Are we okay with the pilot as an intermediate step? Yes, of course. We need to work on this together to make change happen. It also doesn't have to be hard or scary. It's amazing what you can do with the right mix of planning and leadership and community engagement. And thankfully, with the Bloor pilot, we've had many of these things. I want to recognize the work that city staff have done on this under the leadership of Steve Buckley and Jacqueline Hayward-Gulati. The extensive consultation that we've seen has been truly remarkable. And they've provided an excellent plan for the pilot, including rigorous evaluation, which is before you today. Finally, and I'm going to cut my comments here, I also want to present to you the Bloor Pilot Pledge form. I printed this off last week. It's 274 pages in 8-point font. It has 9,309 names on it. These are Torontonians who are supporting the Bloor Pilot and support Bloor bike lanes in the 10-year cycling network plan. Change is possible. And I urge the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee to commit to that today. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've got a couple questions for you, I bet. So Councillor Cressy will start.
In the interest of time, I'm going to keep this to one question, and I know I have to phrase it as a question. Are you aware that the 2 local councillors are most appreciative of your strong leadership on this file? That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Cressy, I appreciate that. I also want to just underscore as well, though, that this is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of road safety, and that we need to treat it as such. But thank you. It has been a fantastically, I think, productive process building community support for this project.
Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much. We do very much appreciate your effort. But I wanted to ask a question because it's been brought up in the debate of why it's taken so long to get us to where we are. And in your experience, when discussing bike lanes in a neighborhood, it's typically fairly divisive. And that's probably an understatement, having been on in several of those discussions in the last couple of years. How would you characterize the community debate? Because a lot of these councillors who will be voting on this don't have a temperature for the room down in or of the pool in wards 19 and 20 around this particular area. How would you characterize the debate that, or the public sentiment around this issue, given the divisiveness of other bike lane debates?
Quite frankly, I think that folks are frustrated that it's taken so long, that the process has felt like it's progressed at a glacial pace. There are always going to be folks who are against this or that. I think in the case in New York City where Jeanette Sadi-Khan, worked on, installing 400 miles of bike lanes over the course of 7 years. And one of the things they found was at the start that only 52% of, New Yorkers were in favor of the bike lane network, and that after it was done, that was up to 72%, which I think in politics is incredible. With that said, there still are going to be folks who are opposed to this. I think when we walk Bloor Street and we talk to people about the issues, what we see is not just cyclists who want to see this, but pedestrians as well. And those were actually, when we were out signing folks up to see if they were interested in, seeing a pilot rolled out, that it was actually pedestrians that were signing up more often than cyclists in many ways. So they want to see a safer Bloor Street, which I found really interesting.
Okay, we have another question for you. Councillor Holiday.
Hi, Jared. Thank you for coming. And I know your depth of knowledge on this is quite deep, and you've thought a lot about it. So I'm going to ask a very detailed technical question. Bloor Street is extremely important, and work happens in the city. Would your group be supportive of bike lanes that could be taken down from time to time to deal with an emergency situation, to deal with maybe some road construction, or shifting traffic if there's an accident or something happening, given that it is taking significant capacity off of Bloor?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. And I think when we look to Richmond and Adelaide, we see good examples whereby when construction has happened, when there are emergency situations, what we see is, bike lanes that have been reduced principally in size. We've seen examples where the bike lanes have been closed. In those cases, ensuring that there's great communication, great signage that says to drivers and to cyclists both that cyclists and drivers share the road, may use full lane, cyclists may use full lane. I think there are a lot of 21st century approaches to this that ensure, and I think the Torontonians are understanding. So my sense is that in those times where there are extreme needs, that is sensible.
Okay, thank you.
I think I'll ask you a question quickly, please. Just about other cities. Somebody came back boasting about some European city, I forget where, there was a lane where taxis, buses, and cyclists all shared the right-of-way, and it worked very effectively. What's your thought process around that?
I think Bay Street is a good example where we have that currently. And Bay Street's also, in many cases, is a street that most people don't feel comfortable riding on. I've almost been doored on that street and sideswiped by a taxi. I don't think that that style of lane works for a major arterial or a minor arterial. That kind of lane can work well for low-speed residential roadways. But for fast, busy streets, that's not the kind of infrastructure that is going to enable children, older adults, men and women who are novice cyclists to leave their car at home, get off busy transit and ride.
So you don't think it works? You're not a proponent of that concept?
Not on major streets, no.
Okay. And then you said this in your remarks, but I just want to get really, like, what I think is lacking in the report is what is the big picture here? Let's just be honest with the citizens of the city.
Mm-hmm.
What is the big picture plan? Because this is just a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So what are we doing west on Bloor and east on Bloor? Because I'm a big picture thinker. I want to know what the game plan is.
Right, yeah. I mean, in terms of, where our approach to the... Yeah, I mean, with respect to...
I asked him.
With respect to Cycle Toronto's position, we would ideally like to see this as, a major east-west corridor that is adopted within the cycling network plan to truly unlock the potential of cycling in the city of Toronto.
Okay, so this is just the first step in your overall plan of making Bloor a major east-west corridor for cycling, separated?
Physically separated, yeah. I mean, Councillor, we have to do things here in the city of Toronto, I think, by working together. And I think that's what we've seen in this cross-section on Bloor Street. We've seen residents associations, businesses, business groups, schools. I mean, it's amazing the degree to which this community has bought into this. But that takes time. And so I'd really like to see this as, the first experiment in what could be a much bigger picture to unlock the cycling network here in the city of Toronto.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, you do? You didn't see your hand. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just ask.
So if I went out and I got myself a horse and a wagon, and I decided that that was going to be my mode of transport, would I be able to use the road? Would I be able to take my horse and buggy on any road in the city?
I'm not aware, unless you're a police officer riding on a steed. I'm not aware of any places other than the stables, perhaps up at Sunnybrook.
So you can't take a horse and a buggy on a municipal road? No, I'm just asking a serious question. I mean, there were horses and buggies before cars, and I just wanted to, how did they get run off the roads?
Probably because they're not as efficient as bicycles.
All right. All right.
Is that it? Thank you.
Fair enough, yeah.
Thank you very much, Jared. So we're going to move on to our next speaker, which is Joey. If Joey's not here, we're going to move on to David Turnbull from the Courier and Logistics Association. David, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Robinson and members of the committee. As you've heard, I'm David Turnbull, President and CEO of the Canadian Courier and Logistics Association. Our members range from integrated global courier operations to local messenger companies delivering point-to-point within the GTA. CCLA has concerns that recommendations before the committee lack planning for curbside deliveries on the proposed Bloor bike lanes between Avenue Road and Shore Street. We urge that this be addressed before implementation. Short-term curbside parking adjacent to businesses during business hours is absolutely vital. Just-in-time deliveries play a major part in supporting retail, office, manufacturing, and service businesses in today's economy. Servicing residencies in the area is equally essential as many more people use purchasing online options. According to a recent report by the Canadian Border Services Agency, e-commerce has witnessed an exponential growth in Canada. In 2014, 76% of all Canadians purchased goods online and spent $25.3 billion. This is up from $18 billion just 2 years before in 2012. The city report on PW 12.1 estimates costs for the city, but fails to account for financial impact to businesses receiving or dispatching goods and for the companies that make these deliveries and pickups. Failure to adequately understand and mitigate the total impact of locating bike lanes needs to be avoided. To illustrate this, consider the example of inadequate planning that resulted in the city locating eastbound bike lanes on the south side of Adelaide Street. This is where vehicles wait to access the commercial vehicle elevators that service First Canadian Place and also Scotia Plaza. These are two of the largest office complexes in Canada. Both office complexes were granted building permits with this method of goods delivery many years before bike lanes were located there. Fining and criminalizing drivers and vehicles for stopping to get a turn at accessing these buildings flies in the face of logic. It was the city that authorized this method and location of access in the first place. Let me emphasize at this point that CCLA is not against bike lanes, but urge consideration of the need for accommodating deliveries to businesses and residents be accommodated before you move forward. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cressy has a question.
Just two very quick ones. Are you aware that the proposed pilot here has rotating parking on either side of the street? Just yes, are you aware of that?
I believe that there was some discussion about this, but is that for sure that there will continue to be parking on the other side of the road?
Okay, so yes.
That's a question.
For the entire corridor, there is parking on either side of the street. Are you aware that the location of that parking on either side of the street was done based on consultation with local businesses to accommodate their loading needs, based on laneway loading versus on-street loading? Are you aware that that consultation took place based on the design in front of you?
I want to tell you that our industry wasn't consulted on it.
But are you aware that the local businesses were consulted business to business to accommodate their loading needs based on laneway access versus on-street access so that they are all accommodated? Are you aware of that?
I think there's two different types of deliveries that you should be aware of. There's the ones where there's a large good is delivered, and that indeed they're saying that they can accommodate. But there's the deliveries of just-in-time goods, which typically take 5 minutes. And I don't believe that that was taken into consideration.
I just want to make sure you're aware that the local businesses were consulted on that.
Yeah,
and it was
I
taken
hope
into
you're
account
aware
for the
that,
design. Thank you.
Of what I've said.
Go ahead, Councillor Layton.
I'm just confused for a second. So the just-in-time deliveries that are going to these businesses, you're saying that the rear alley access is not the preferred method of delivery?
If there is adequate place where you can park behind a building, we choose it. But very often there isn't.
But these alleyways, particularly behind storefronts, are built to a certain width.
They're often blocked.
To accommodate by deliveries, I would argue. So by other deliveries being that are taking place.
I don't think by fiat you can take away those deliveries. I think the fact is that if the vehicles, if you make it more difficult for deliveries to be made, it will result in more vehicles being on the road to accommodate that volume of deliveries.
But so the industry, the just-in-time deliveries, the intent isn't to use alleyways, the purpose-built alleyways for deliveries to these businesses, that's not what your membership is looking for, purpose-built facilities for deliveries.
That's absolutely not what I said. I said in many cases it isn't viable because these back lanes are blocked and you can't get into the places. It's typically a 5-minute delivery on just-in-time deliveries.
But the existing infrastructure, purpose-built for deliveries to these addresses, isn't sufficient for your...
In many cases, no.
Okay.
One thing you didn't talk about today was the impact of traffic delay on the businesses that you represent, the delivery folks. I wondered if you could offer any comment on impact, maybe there are none, I don't know, on impacts of things like when we change the configuration of, say, Wellesley Street, where we put bicycle ways along the edge. Did you have a feedback from the drivers that are operating? Did they have any observations, or did it just continue to work okay?
In many cases, it made deliveries more complicated and lengthened the amount of time and increased traffic blockages, quite frankly.
I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on. Our next speaker is, I believe, Peter Ventus. Maybe he's, Peter, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Peter Ventus. I'm the project manager for Westbank Toronto. Westbank is a real estate development company operating across North America with $25 billion portfolio in apartments, office, retail, condos, hotel, and affordable housing, either completed or under development. As you may be aware, Westbank is the owner of Honest Ed's Mirvish Village, just to the west of Bloor and Bathurst. It's about 500 feet of frontage on Bloor Street. In July of 2015, we submitted an official plan and rezoning application for 1,000 new rental units, 200,000 square feet of new non-residential space, including a market, a daycare, a restored Markham Street, and many other public benefits. In particular, the proposal includes a comprehensive cycling program with a dedicated bicycle parking ramp, a bike valet, an integrated bike co-op, and share system. Westbank has integrated these components into the project because we realize the immense social, environmental, and economic benefits of the greater cycling mode share in the Annex and Toronto in general. To that end, we write you, and I'm here today, to encourage you to support the Bloor Bike Pilot. The lanes will increase economic activity for the merchants on Bloor, improve safety for cyclists of all ages, and encourage more people, including the future residents of Mirvish Village, to commute by cycle, thereby reducing congestion. We hope that this committee improves this vital transportation pilot project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to page 2 of our speakers list. And on that page, we've got, who's the page? Seeing where we're at here, we've got a couple add-ons. Carolyn Young. Okay, is she here? No. And then I'm going to move to Peter Rogers. No. And then Michael Remney. Sarah Henderson. Oh, Michael, sorry, I didn't see you there. Welcome, Michael. So these are the, we have 3 more additional speakers. Go ahead, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, councillors and committee members. I appreciate the opportunity. I guess I am in a tremendous minority here, the one and only and lone opposing voice. My name is Michael Remini. I'm owner and operator of a musical instrument business located on Bloor for the last 37 years. It's a family business, and it draws its clientele from across the GTA. In fact, I could say, because we do keep close tab on where our customers come from, is that very, very little of our business comes from our direct neighborhoods. In fact, certainly not enough for me to survive on. The 4-year construction and digging that went on previous times on Bloor Street a few years ago practically ended our 125-year-old business. I don't see survival for my business on Bloor Street with bicycle lanes and one single lane of traffic being unapproachable and being perceived by the general Greater Toronto populace as unreachable can help me change my business model. But today I come to you with some other concerns, general concerns, to which I've only heard one councillor allude briefly, and that is what happens with emergency vehicles. At least 2-3 times a day, and sometimes more, I hear sirens and emergency vehicles tearing across the street. Last Saturday, and I have photographs, 2 large fire trucks were parked in front of the Intercontinental Hotel, double parked. There's constant construction. We know that this is an old infrastructure area. They'll be digging, redigging, and redigging all the time. There are lane closures. There will be high-rise construction, and now it's almost a given that you constrict traffic flow whenever there is a major construction project. And don't forget, in our block in particular, demonstrations, parades, protests, this is their favorite route. What will happen with all of this? With the emergency measures, I mean, we have medical buildings where people are very frequently taken in emergency vehicles. There are always possibilities of fires. How do you see this when one lane of traffic, and usually it's practically gridlock even with 2 lanes of traffic across Bloor Street? How is this going to work? How many lives will we lose? I would think probably more than we lose bicyclists, but I think it's a risk. I don't see why the city cannot come up with a much, much better, more relevant plan, perhaps more expensive plan, but there are so many better ways to do this. I am not an anti-bicycle lobbyist. I have my family bicycles. We drive also. But certainly, the city's one and only unencumbered east-west corridor and commercial artery is not the place for bicycling.
Thank you very much. We have a question for you, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Cressy goes first.
Sir, thank you. And very briefly, thank you so much for coming out. Just to clarify, you're on the east side of Spadina on the north side, right?
On the north side, east of Spadina, west of Avenue Road.
So I'll address questions related to emergency access to staff later, but I just wanted, are you aware that in the proposal there will continue to be on-street parking on the north side in your stretch where your business is?
I'm not concerned about parking. I'm concerned about just the traffic being.
Okay, no, that's, and I'll address questions related to fire, but I just wanted, you're aware that we are keeping, because you mentioned your business has drivers, that there will continue to be parking on the north side in front of your business for this stretch.
But parking is not really a concern because even now parking is a row of taxis in front of the hotels. Very little parking.
Okay, Councillor Holiday?
Thank you for coming. You stand out because you're the first person that's come out as a business owner and said, I've got concerns. You talked about a few of them. We've heard from several associations, neighborhood associations, BIAs, different groups of attractions along there, all saying, we're good with this. Are you part of those groups? And did you talk to them about this? What's the sense on the street between you, yourself, your business neighbors? Are you represented by what they've told us here today?
I'm afraid city knows business people are notoriously unorganized in this, or certainly not as well and cohesively organized as the other groups, the pro groups. I have never been approached for my opinion by anybody, I can tell you that. My business is in between the 2 BIAs, so I cannot belong to either. I'm stuck in a block where there is no representation, and the one that is the Bloor-Yorkville area is not affected, so I don't think they would take part.
Is there any recommendation to us to find a way to understand what businesses such as yourselves that may not have had a chance to speak could say something?
Obviously, this is a foregone conclusion. Please make it at least a 1-year, year-round study. I think that's important, and that is valid because we do have 4 seasons, and winter being the longest of it. I think to really get the impact of this and to measure what it is going to do to us, I urge you to take that into account.
I guess last question. Is there another place that the bicycle lanes could go, in your opinion? You know the area better than me. Is there a parallel route? Is there something people use that I don't know about?
Council knows the city has forced over the last 25, 30 years the cars from residential streets by 4-way stopping, bumping, humping, mazing the neighborhoods onto the main arteries, but we know that the main arteries are very few and far between in Toronto. But because it's a residential city and a single-family, largely single-family house garden city, very different from the others that were mentioned today. I see no relevance to New York here, where parallel 6-lane, one-way avenues are one next to another and in an entire grid. that's not Toronto. And Copenhagen is barely 1 million people. But look at the European cities. We have a beautiful network of back alleys, and I think those could be joined. We have many, many parks which can be linked and configured. If the city will become a residential city, a livable city, a green city, then absolutely there are ways to do this without taking the few major business arteries. I'm just saying that there should be some streets that are not bicycle streets, and there should be a lot of bicycle routes, as many as needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming in. So have you done any studies as to find out the point of origin your customers come?
Absolutely. Our customers are families with children living in homes where they have room for pianos. I have never sold a piano to someone coming on a bicycle. So yes, we keep a close watch on this. We could not survive if we're not approachable.
Good visual.
So would it surprise you that in the 7 years that I rented a violin from you, for my daughter, that I came, in addition to TTC, I came by bike to your shop in the 7 years that we rented a violin?
Oh, that's wonderful.
So you've done those studies to
We have done the studies, but it
you
would
know
be
that you do have some customers who take bikes.
Oh, we are very proud and happy to be a part of the musical life of the city and of the cultural life of this neighborhood, and we're involved in many, many organizations, Alliance Française, Conservatory, Glengould, everything. That's part of it, of course, but it's not enough for me to survive if. And I'm afraid that it will be reflected in the the tax base of the city, because when this construction project assaulted Bloor Street, I saw how many businesses closed east of between Yonge Street and our area, and how much vacancy rates have risen in the last five years in Bloor Street along even the stretch that's not directly affected now.
Right, and do you realize this is a pilot? So
I do,
we
and I
will-
hope that the pilot is given due study, and if that's a successful pilot, then I'll be the first one to say I'll move on and accommodate to it.
Sure, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're done. So we're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much for coming in. Sarah Henderson is next. And I think we have two more after that. So we're really tight for time because we have to break at 3 o'clock.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I've lived in the annex for 40 years and cycled the neighborhood in Bloor Street all that time. However, I strongly disagree with the ARA's position on this issue, and I'm very opposed to bike lanes on Bloor. I've been asking myself, well, why hasn't it happened? That's what I've been saying. We waited so long. Well, I think it's because Bloor is such a poor choice for bike lanes. I think Harvard is fabulous for bikes. It's open, it's visible, nobody's terribly discombobulated by it. Direct access to the university, and that's where they go. It's busy at rush hour, as is everything, but the rest of the day, it's extremely pleasant way to go east and west in the middle of the city. And the other aspect that I wanted to say about what makes Bloor so special and so different is the subway. It's a wonderful subway, and we've got stops well paced along Bloor, and lots of pedestrians come onto the street from the subways. Therefore, there is a lot of crossing of streets. There's much more pedestrian movement on Bloor Street than you find on many, many streets in the city, and it makes it really, really special. A bike lane added to that is just unnecessary complexity, given the other options that cyclists have in the neighborhood, in fact, all the way along from Ossington to University. And the couple of other things I wanted to say were the things that the Councillor Holyday has referred to several times, and it all kind of gets skirted around. Like the survey, we don't really know what the situation is on Bloor Street in terms of merchants and parking and so on. As a 0 point as a point to start from, or nobody's been very clear about it. And when people have been asked, well, what do you consider to be a success, nobody has given a satisfactory answer. And the other thing is about winter. And winter is very much a reality here, whether it's snowy or not. It's cold, it's slippery, it's dark, and people do not ride their bikes in winter. These bollards and the parking regulations will not change, even though the weather conditions will. And it is hugely, hugely inconvenient to the merchants and to people in the annex who don't have parking on their property, and of course, and I agree with that. I don't, quickly, so I have to park on the street. And believe me, when those places are reduced on Bloor Street, I won't. I need my car for my work, and I just won't have a place to put it. Thank you. Okay.
Eli Aaron. Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, members of council and members of the public. My name's Eli Aaron. I am a cyclist and an urban planning student, and I have a few thoughts about the Bloor Bike Lane pilot project that I would like to share with you regarding the design, parking, vehicle traffic, and cycling traffic. The current configuration of Bloor Street is extremely dangerous for cyclists. There is simply no safe way for a cyclist to traverse this stretch of road. You can weave in and out of the parked cars. You can try to go between the lanes and risk getting a door in the face. There's just no safe way to do it. Over 70% of Torontonians would cycle more if infrastructure were improved. There is no doubt that to encourage people to cycle, we must make cycling safer. But not through just the mere existence of infrastructure, but through a thoughtful design process. And that is exactly what has happened for this project. The design is simple but brilliant. It maintains on-street parking, includes a buffer zone which allows car doors to open without hitting cyclists, and does not require cars to cross over the cycling lane to reach parking, such as the cycling lane on Harbord Street, and thus minimizes potential vehicle and cyclist conflicts. Most importantly, it provides a dedicated east-west route for cyclists that will be, for the most part, physically separated from traffic. I attended both open houses for this project. I spoke with Councillor Joe Cressy at both, as well as planners, engineers, city staff, and the consultant, and I can say with certainty the proposal before committee today is the best possible design for this roadway, given the limitations of the scope of the project and the roadway itself. I know some councillors are skeptical of this project. 145 parking spaces will be removed and 135 maintained. Bloor Street will also be narrowed from 4 to 2 lanes. But before jumping to conclusions, we must consider the facts. Bloor Street is a major east-west artery, and while the city, the mayor, and council are so committed to reducing congestion, is on-street parking really a good use of space? What is on-street parking? On-street parking is when people pay to leave their vehicle blocking a lane of a road, and in this case, often causing traffic jams and leading to dangerous conditions for cyclists. Is leaving empty cars that are not going anywhere really a good use of our valuable downtown road space? In terms of narrowing the road, it is important to consider the surrounding area. There are few communities as pedestrian-friendly and transit-oriented as Bloor Street West. The entire area is walkable, contains 4 surface transit routes and 5 subway stations. During rush hour, most cars only have 1 individual and take up more than a reasonable amount of space. It is important to continue to accommodate vehicles, but to design streets for everyone. The Richmond and Adelaide Cycle Track project led to a 300% increase in cycling traffic. And if you were to extrapolate the data here, we would go from 3,000 to 9,000 cyclists a day, which would be an astronomical figure for Toronto, by Toronto standards. And I would just like to wrap up by saying that it is council's responsibility to not just act on behalf of drivers, but all citizens, regardless of their age or their income, and that is exactly what this project would do. Thank you.
No, seeing none, thank you very much for being here today and waiting so long. John Quarterly is our last speaker. Welcome, John.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen in the room. I find this really amazing. The last gentleman said an obligation to the citizen. Well, the real problem nobody's really addressing, I think somebody did at the beginning before I was here, but there's three last people may have been alluding to it in a different way. Nobody's looking at the fact of what the state of the world is with greenhouse gases. We have to stop now the production of greenhouse gases. And nobody in this room seems to understand that your children may not have a world to live in 50 to 100 years' time unless we stop producing greenhouse gases. No, I'm pointing this way, but it's everybody, your grandchildren. It doesn't matter. This world is screwed up. Last year, there was 7.1% increase in the temperature of the world. This is not about bike lanes. This is about the survival of the world. You've got people here saying, yes, 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 do this, but why are they doing it? We have to look at what the motivation is. Comparing it, as this gentleman, one of the gentlemen said, with other cities of the world is really relevant because Toronto is completely different. I bike and I cycle over the place, but the bike lanes are really causing lots of problems. The whole world now is anthropomorphic. There's not one single natural phenomenon in the world that is not enhanced. I can talk to you for this on hours, I won't, because I've been studying this for 3 years. I want you to understand that. The ice sheet in the western Antarctica is already starting to melt, which will be another 40 feet rise. If the eastern sheet goes, that's 65 meters, the sea level will rise. We cannot we must stop producing greenhouse gases. My friend here, we discussed, we agree with, he said 92, that's 25 years ago. If we did it 25 years ago, it would have been different. We can't do the same stuff now. We have to plan, as the chair said, she looked at the greater picture. We have to come up with a plan that doesn't screw couriers, that doesn't mess up businesses, that doesn't produce more greenhouse gases in the city, that actually is cohesive and takes the whole of the GTA into account. This council for years has been doing Band-Aid solutions. And this is a Band-Aid solution that it might have been required 25 years ago. You can see I'm very passionate on this. But we have to wake up to the fact that we cannot carry on producing greenhouse gases. With respect to safety, the last gentleman said about safety. The real problem that people aren't educated how to use the road. That means pedestrians, bikes, cars, motorbikes and trucks. There's no respect for anybody. I've been knocked off my bike twice, not by cars, by pedestrians. Pedestrians are infinitely more dangerous than car drivers.
Thank you very much. Any questions for John? I'll just ask you one, so I understand your broader point. So what are you saying, that in some cases, if these bike lanes aren't put on the right streets in the right places with the right evidence, and it's constrained and it creates backup and traffic flow issues and cars sitting there idling, that actually the reverse can happen? From what we heard today, is that it can actually have a greater impact on the greenhouse gas effect.
Yeah, you only go to look at Wellesley Street. You take 10, 15 minutes to get from Queen's Park to Sherbourne Street because the traffic doesn't move. And every car's producing greenhouse gases. We've gone past the world itself is already producing more greenhouse gases because the global temperature is higher. We have to, as humans, have to stop producing anything because the part that we can't control is already out of control. And the fact of going to your question, yes, the carbon footprint of Toronto will increase with these bike lanes. It already is. Fixed bike lanes aren't good anyway because you get stupid things, cars stuck in the middle of the road and the road's empty. There's no cohesive planning for the whole city. with respect to traffic. You've got to interlink the whole lot, and it's all Band-Aid.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
that was our last speaker, so now we'll move to questions of staff. So you'll remember many hours ago, we had a staff presentation, and you have a report before you. And now it's our chance to ask staff questions, to get answers to things that we've been all wondering about and thinking about. So we'll move to first visiting counselors and see who we've got. So I know Councillor Campbell was here this morning wanting to ask questions, so we'll let him start first.
And staff is, okay, so question of staff, what's the traffic volume along Bloor Street in the peak morning hours?
Through the chair, typically what we'll see eastbound on Bloor anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 vehicles per hour.
1,000 to 1,200 vehicles per hour, and is it roughly the same in the afternoon?
Typically, the flow then goes westbound, primarily westbound in a stretch, and roughly the same. The PM peak tends to be a little bit more spread.
And if we were to reduce that to one lane, the traffic flow would not necessarily decrease, but the cars would go to other routes, Harvard or wherever?
Through the chair, yes. I mean, that's part of the more comprehensive traffic analysis we're doing here, is that we will likely see some diversion out of this, either to other modes, to other trips, to other routes, to other times of day.
So we will have 2 lanes of traffic, and another 2 lanes would be for cyclists?
2 lanes for cyclists. Each cyclist would get their own dedicated lane in each way, and then you'd have full-time parking on one side of the road or the other.
Okay, have you, because we don't have full-time parking on this stretch in the peak rush hours, do we?
In the peak direction, that is correct.
Right. Have you given consideration to having a sort of Jarvis-like solution where you have 2 lanes coming in the morning, 1 lane going out, 2 lanes going out in the afternoon, and 1 lane coming in? And then you would have a contra bike lane on one side of the street?
Through the chair, I mean, typically what you've seen in some of those operations, 4-lane roadways do have operational challenges at times, particularly where left turns are permitted. So in many cases, what you'll see is that for this configuration is often known at times as a road diet. The introduction of things like left turn bays actually takes vehicles out of a through lane, puts them away, and then basically maximizes the throughput of that single lane that's remaining. So in many ways, what you'll see is necessarily 2 lanes don't necessarily carry double the capacity of 1 lane in a configuration.
Is what I mentioned something that has been modeled or suggested or thought of or given any consideration?
From an operational standpoint, it would be challenging because we do keep parking, so where you have the left turn bays, it's only at the ends of the blocks. Mid-block, you only have 1 lane in each direction, and you do not have that 3rd lane. So if we were to go to a model like that, you would need to take all parking off Bloor if you were going to retain the lanes.
You do have all parking off Bloor at one point of the day anyhow, at 2 points of the day, between Shaw and University. You have no parking on Bloor, do you?
I believe it flips from one side to the other based on a peak hour direction.
Okay.
So you park on the westbound, you can park on the westbound side or stop on the westbound side in the AM.
Right.
And you can stop or park on the eastbound side in the PM.
There are bike lanes on Harvard. How far south of Bloor is Harvard?
It's about 2 blocks.
2 blocks, which is in distance, it's kilometer?
Quarter kilometer.
Quarter of a kilometer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms.
sorry. Now we're going to move to Deputy Mayor Dinselman and Wong.
Yeah, so you said that AM and PM peak periods on Bloor Street in that section are between 1,000 and 1,200. Is that a guess, or have you measured it?
We actually have traffic counselor.
Okay, and what are the bike counts on that street?
Currently, during the peak periods, we see roughly in the peak direction about 150 cyclists in the AM and up to 200 in the PM.
Okay, and once you implement these proposals, you'll do similar counts, correct?
That is correct.
Now, I know you did this on Richmond and Adelaide, or on Richmond Street before. One would assume that there's going to be a greater amount of congestion with regard to car traffic. That's a fair statement, yes?
Through the chair, one presumed that you wouldn't have all of the traffic diverting, but you would presume that a portion of the traffic would divert.
But, okay, but you're going to measure the increase or decrease in time it takes to go through that period, through that road, is that correct?
Yes, and through the chair, this is sort of the most comprehensive analysis we will have taken to date. Historically, we've looked at a corridor, but obviously, with the sort of sensitivity of this one, we know that there could be spillover impacts to DuPont or to Harvard. So we are going to be looking at traffic volumes on each road to see whether or not traffic volumes changed, and also travel times across the corridor for each of these routes as well.
Are you going to also measure, like you did on Richmond, are you going to measure, as the last deputant said, the increase in greenhouse gases and the economic cost associated with the increased congestion?
Through the chair, we probably could make some estimates on that, but it would be, we'd have to model it. We wouldn't necessarily have a direct measurement. The economic impact aspect, to be honest with you, at times I'm a little skeptical of external factors impacting these. So to say that the presence of the bike lane or the non-presence of a bike lane added to business or detracted from business, there's often larger, more global things going on that can do that as well. I probably would rely on the businesses themselves.
No, I'm more talking about what you did on Richmond, as I'm sure you're aware, is you measured the increased time it cost to, or the time savings because traffic went faster, and you assigned a monetary value to that. You can do the same thing with Bloor Street, yes?
We can estimate the additional travel time.
Are you planning on doing that and also assigning a cost to that, like
Yes.
you did on Richmond Street?
We can provide that.
Okay. So secondly, our next, so this is a pilot project. How many extra bikes have to use Bloor Street before you declare victory?
This is a challenging one, Councillor, because there are multiple criteria here. Obviously, first and foremost, what we're talking about is a safety issue. There are currently, as was mentioned, 3,000 cyclists out there on any given day right now. That obviously, the way the road operates right now impedes traffic in some ways, making the second lane less successful perhaps than a normal travel lane. There'll be impacts to vehicular movements as well. There could be impacts to parking. There could be impacts to revenue. We're going to put all these down on paper. Pointing and saying that this one criteria going up by 10% or down by 10% is probably sort of, I think, a false way to sort of evaluate the project. We're going to present the information. Some of the metrics will likely go positive in the right direction, and some might go negative in the wrong direction, and we'll put them down on paper and let folks see what that means.
Madam Chair, surely they have some idea before you start a pilot project, even if it's part of a formula. Madam Chair, I'd like to know how many extra cyclists do there have to be on a daily basis, both in summer and winter, as an indicia for saying, before we start this journey, whether we're going to arrive there, and what is that number? What is that number?
Did you do that?
That's a question.
The chair to me.
Yeah, no,
How many extra cyclists?
Councillor, what we've seen on other major routes like Sherbourne and Richmond Adelaide is that when we put the infrastructure in, we've typically tripled the amount of cycling on those routes.
So again, Madam Chair, my question is a very simple one. How many extra cyclists do there have to be on those bike lanes before we say that they're a success?
To be honest with you, I don't think that is a fair way to frame the question. If we doubled a cyclist and there's zero impacts to vehicular travel, I probably would say that most people would find that to be a success.
So what happens if those cyclists actually go from a street like Harvard or Davenport or DuPont, and they go on to, because there is some cycling infrastructure on Harvard, let's say they migrate over to Bloor Street. There aren't additional cyclists, or we're not adding any additional. They're just going from one cycling piece of infrastructure to another. How do you quantify for that?
Through the chair, we're actually going to be taking counts on all of those routes, so we would know whether or not there's been a shift or a growth in cycling.
So if most of the cyclists are moving from Harvard to Bloor, what does that mean?
Would probably mean that it's a more convenient path for them, and that would be their preferred choice if given a safe option.
What about putting, have you looked at, as part of this, using Harvard as putting cycle tracks on Harvard rather than Bloor?
We currently have bike lanes and buffered bike lanes on Harvard, and so, again, we have counts that go into the thousands per day on those routes as well.
Can I go?
Yep. You just moved an extension, go wild.
All right, so, no, actually, I think I'm,
remember a vote on it, but it's okay.
I think I'm finished for now. I'll listen to the others.
Give them an extension.
Okay, Councillor Layton's next.
Just continue on the question from before. By any definition, or by the definition of a cycle track on other roads, Harvard already has one, correct?
Through the chair, again, there's sections that are buffered bike lane. Some people would not consider that a cycle track, but
But when you look at sections of Richmond and Adelaide, they're buffered bike lanes, correct?
yes, they would probably, in most sections with the bollards, be considered.
So speaking of Richmond and Adelaide, there was some discussion on how we measure success in bike lanes. Was there a measure, a predetermined measurement that for the Richmond Adelaide cycle tracks when they went in that would say this constitutes a successful pilot and this constitutes a negative pilot? Was there a number?
Through the chair, we did not, and measuring spillover effects with King and Queen and streetcar tracks precluded us from doing things like tube counts, which makes it easy for us to do cost-effective data collection. So we did not have such a robust data collection.
So in fact, when the Richmond and Adelaide cycle tracks went in, was there any additional data that you had more than we have currently right now for Bloor?
It was primarily travel times and volumes on Richmond and Adelaide.
But we've done that analysis on, we've got the counts from last year on Bloor Street.
We have counts right now. We would do the travel time survey in advance, looking at sort of historic data on Bloor. The PM rush hour can be anywhere between, normal drive time is maybe 5 or 6 minutes. PM rush hour can be anywhere from 8 to 14.
Okay, so we have the same level of data that we did when we put in Richmond, Adelaide. Based on that, there's been a criticism of the size of the report, not necessarily the content, but the size of the report. My understanding is that this report is the same size and scope as the Richmond Adelaide report when it came and passed council. Is that correct?
I will take your word for it, Councillor. I can't say I know the page count on.
It was raised that perhaps we should use the alleyways as potential bike lanes. Care to comment?
Yeah, no, I mean, before we start comparing ourselves to every city all the time, I think it's important to understand that every city has their own demands, their own built form, their own roadway supply, and things like alleyways typically don't offer a lot of great continuity, and also in terms of crossings for cyclists, don't necessarily provide the same safety in terms of crossing an intersection like a controlled intersection.
And what you didn't mention is the pulling in and out of garages that have walls that make it a slightly more dangerous for cyclists and for drivers. Is that probably a good assumption?
In some locations, I'd say yes.
Monitoring, the cost of monitoring. What would it cost if we were to monitor for 365 days a year, as has been suggested, probably rhetorically through questions? What would it cost to monitor a year's worth of data on Bloor?
It would likely be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. One challenge we have out there, we typically could use something like GPS probe data. The challenge out there will be when we do have cyclists and potentially traffic in conditions that may be at different speeds. Using that type of data, it will be difficult to separate out a car from a cyclist. So I'll say inexpensive GPS data that we're using on other corridors, we will not be able to use on this corridor. So we would have to do, basically, we're going to be doing manual data collection to get those travel times.
So when we were doing the public consultation for this set of lanes, this wasn't the only option that was considered, correct?
Through the chair, no, we looked at several options, and a lot of the considerations, I mean, obviously, when we're doing a pilot or something like this, we're looking to design something that we think will work best for all the users. And so we did work through, I believe we had 5 options at the time, 4 options at the time in the current condition. And we sort of went through a whole host of criteria about how well it serves from a safety standpoint, from a capacity standpoint, from a delivery standpoint, and also impacts to emergency services.
I'm going to let my colleague, Councillor Cressy, ask questions about emergency services. But just on this notion of the options that were weighed, one option had the removal of all parking and no addition of turning lanes, and one option had the retention of one lane of parking, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
The turning lanes themselves, is there any way for us to effectively evaluate what type of time that will cut off in the travel time?
I'm sorry, the presence of them, Council?
The presence of the turning lanes that don't currently exist to help facilitate the movement of traffic. Is there any way of us to calculate the time savings that will have on the corridor?
Through the chair, I would say this, without them, that it would be difficult to make it work. With the presence of them, it will depend on how much diversion we see, again, to other times of day, other modes, other routes. So we almost have to, we could try to model this, but we almost have to sort of, through the pilot, let the dust settle, and then figure out what is needed.
But studying it through a pilot would probably be the most effective way of doing it.
We believe so.
Thank you.
Here's Councillor Bailao.
On the evaluation methodology, you're using 3 weekdays per corridor.
Yes.
Is this comparable to other pilot projects, to all other projects that we do in the city? Is this usually how we measure for anything that we've done transportation related?
Through the chair, it's actually, in many cases, we often do a day or two sample. We're trying to make it more robust. We're trying to pick the time of year where we think traffic volumes will tend to be at their greatest. But obviously, there always are fluctuations this weekend due to an event downtown. Bloor Street, some of the streets downtown were at capacity just simply because the roadway network was closed. So, but we tend to pick, it tends to be peak hours, and it tends to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday tend to be the days of the week that have the highest traffic volume.
So will you be paying close attention to that and have the flexibility to, if need be, increase the number of days that it's being monitored in case there is some anomaly?
Yeah, I mean, through the chair, again, any given day, we are doing things like 24-hour tube counts, but for things like turning locations and things like that, we would tend to go out there and have them either monitored through video or manual counts.
But if you see anything, you would...
If there are days that councilors would like to suggest, again, I'll say this plan is 85% done. We want to make sure we pick the right week so that we feel that they're fairly representative as well.
Yeah, but at the time, let's say, 3 days, it compacts it in a small period of time. And, if something happens, we don't want to come down the pipeline and have people saying, well, that day actually something happened. So we want to give you the flexibility that if something happens, you can say, okay, we need to add another day in here, because the last thing we want is to have the pilot being challenged because of something that happened.
Through the chair, obviously, data collection is not inexpensive, so we're trying to balance what we think is a fair representation with a budget.
Okay. The other thing, I've had a lot of people asking me this in my community is, why didn't the city look into having an alternate lane? Because one of the issues is the rush hour, and a lot of people ask, I think it even came out in some of the open houses, people are always asking, why don't we have an alternate lane that in the morning could allow more traffic to flow downtown, and in the afternoon to flow outside of the downtown?
Operationally, that would be challenging, and then also would functionally eliminate parking along the entire corridor.
So if that was to be the option, we would not be able to have any parking, is that correct?
Yeah, if you had basically a middle lane that flexed back and forth, you would have one travel lane, permanent lane each
So
direction.
you did look at that possibility, didn't prefer it given that it would take all the parking?
It would remove parking along the entire corridor. Okay. And again, there's some locations, again, as we went through this, it was block-by-block discussions we were having, and many of the businesses in this area do not have laneways for loading. So that presents a challenge. If you look at our parking plan, it tends to, the parking tends to be on the opposite side of areas that have laneways, so it permits loading on the one side of the street that has laneways, and then we had on-street parking on the other side of the street to facilitate loading and unloading on the other side.
So with the loading on unloading, so you also looked at the possibility of using the lane, that's what you're saying, using the laneways? Okay, thank you.
Councillor. Next was Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to pursue a line of questioning that Deputy Mayor Min Wong started down. He was asking a question about economic and climate change impacts. And in his question, if I understood it right, he was basically saying that if there's more congestion, there'll be more climate change impacts. Are you aware of any evidence in the transportation literature or the economic literature that might suggest that, in fact, efforts to reduce congestion in urban areas actually induce more traffic and create more emissions?
Through the chair, I'll say that there is the concept of induced demand, but I would probably change that and say it's a demand at a different price. So anything that we do that can reduce congestion often will attract some more trips. Now, does it attract exactly the amount of trips that returns things to sort of the same condition? I'll say it is very location specific and location dependent.
And is one of the things you might find in the transportation and economic literature, say the piece just published in the National Bureau of Economic Research by 2 University of Toronto professors, suggesting that one of the locations where you won't get ahead by trying to do it is in a dense urban area that's already congested?
Again, I would probably say there's challenges here about sort of universal blanket.
I was asking about what the literature says about
I
efforts
can't say
to
I
reduce
separate this.
congestion in dense urban areas where there is pent-up travel demand.
Through the chair, I'll say I can't respond specifically to that study, but I would say under that assumption, though, anything we do would only just result in things not getting better or changing at all. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other visiting councillors? Then we're going to, oh, yeah, you just made it perfect timing. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you very much, and I'll keep this brief because I know there are other commitments.
But you know what? Actually, we have a bit more time, so don't take your time.
Some of the other questions from my colleagues have touched on some of it. I just want to come back to our general manager through the chair. You said that this is the most in-depth evaluation to date in this city. Why is that the case?
Through the chair, this will be. Again, historically, data collection is expensive. So in the past, such a comprehensive data collection plan has not been put in place or used for cycling infrastructure.
And this data collection plan, it looks at pedestrian, cycling, vehicle movement, including around adjacent streets, parking utilization. Is that correct?
Yes, on the adjacent streets, we have a few streets we've identified where we think there could be additional pressures of cut-through traffic, so we have a handful of locations that we're going to monitor for that.
So Transportation Services has made a recommendation here to proceed with the pilot for many reasons. And with this in-depth evaluation of all those data points, you're confident you'll be able to come back to us to demonstrate the effectiveness and the results of this pilot?
Through the chair, again, with all the data we have, I suspect there'll probably be different people arriving at different conclusions, but I think what we will have is fairly robust data for across several different factors that we analyze, and hopefully, in things like this, most of our decisions tend to be, 98% of them tend to be gray. They're not black or white, but we feel that we can bring back a good, nice rounded set of data for folks to digest.
So just to be clear, some of us might come to different conclusions, perhaps the deputy mayor and myself, but you will have enough data for you and Transportation Services to come to a conclusion just as you've come to the conclusion today to implement a pilot.
Yes, we'll have better data. I mean, today, to be honest with you, we looked at ways we think we can make this work, and our goal was to design something that we think has the best chance of success.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, that was very succinct. Okay, we're going to move into within committee now. So any questions for staff? Councillor Holyday and Councillor Perruzza, do you have any questions for staff? Okay, Councillor Holyday.
I got my information. We enacted a bylaw March 7, 2012. Banning animals from our streets. Of course, I got March 7, 2012.
All right, so he's done. So you're up, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Chair. We talked about the volume of cars was 1,000 to 1,200 vehicles per hour. What is the free flow capacity of that street?
Through the chair, I mean, typically what you'll see on a 4-lane street like this, you may see up to 1,200 to 1,500 potentially. Again, because of the configuration of these streets with often the left lane being used for left turning, it can constrain capacity. On a 3-lane road diet, which is a standard, I'll say, conversion often of a 4-lane to a 3-lane, you can see typically upwards of 900 to 1,000 vehicles being able to be accommodated on a 3-lane section.
So, I think I just heard that this road is handling the capacity. I mean, it's a horror show when I go out there at rush hour. Is that, engineering-wise acceptable? Is it?
Again, you have to look at a network in situations like this. Because there will be safer cycling facilities, we may have a mode shift to cycling. Folks may choose to move to other routes, other times of day, or other modes such as transit.
I mean, I guess the discussion was that there was this idea of induced demand. I mean, we're going from bad to worse, so I'm not sure we're going to induce any more cars either way. Okay. You said it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to monitor this. I understand we've got a cycling app out there, and the cycling app gives us information about where people are biking here and there. What does that tell us about our network today?
Through the chair, I'll say the cycling app we got it literally for free from the city of San Francisco, and I think spent $8,000 on it. To date, we've collected 90,000 trips. However, it is not representative. They are a self-selected group, and what the intent is that over time, we could potentially see whether or not people by different age demographics, sex, potentially are moving different routes based on new infrastructure being put in. So in terms of what it's telling us, it's hard to sort of draw hard conclusions from it, but it's fair to say that a lot of folks are using all the downtown arterials.
All the routes? Yeah. Okay, so there's not this huge demand on Bloor that outstrips everything else according to that. Is there any way that we can encourage people to use the app? I mean, you said it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. You said a room full of people with different cycling advocate groups. The easiest way to build a case for Bloor is to use it and prove it with an app. I'm not sure why we're not seeing this.
Well, the intent here is what we will look at is volumes, both again vehicular and cycling volumes. So those actually we can collect for fairly inexpensively. Volumes we can collect fairly inexpensively. The travel time piece over the course of a year would get very, very expensive, as you would need a representative sample size each and every day, which might be 15 to 20 runs per day per peak direction.
Okay. Our cycling network plan talks about 3 priorities: connect, grow, and renew. And I'm still trying to figure out why we've got the pilot before us and how it interfaces with those 3 priorities. Are you telling me with the staff report that this is, top importance of all of the cycling work that we have in the city?
Again, if you're looking at pure volume, this is probably one of the streets in the city of Toronto that has the highest volume with 0 infrastructure on it. So again, part of our plan here in transportation services, it's safety, it's mobility, it's quality infrastructure, but part of our job is transportation safety. So
is it connecting, growing, and renewing?
Again, I think it's basically growing in an area that, again, has high demand with 0 infrastructure.
Okay, I just want to visit quickly at the start of the report. We talk in the summary about the concept of a pilot. And it says that's to evaluate the impacts and benefits and to make adjustments to the design and operations of the pilot project configuration. And the outcomes will help inform the development of future projects along Bloor Street. That, to me, doesn't say anything about reevaluation in a year's time. I mean, to me, a pilot is you come to a point where there's a go or no-go forward. Are we angling towards a go, no-go, or are we angling towards what this report says of building something and fine-tuning it? I get this distinct sense before me, though, this is the implementation of infrastructure on a go-forward basis, and then we'll tweak it.
I would say, Councillor, it is reporting back in the 3rd quarter of 2017. So if at that point in time, Council does not feel that the pilot has been a success, it could be removed at that point. But I do think it's important to look at over the course of the pilot. We're putting it in basically at the end of the summer if Council gives the green light. It would give us the opportunity to look at it in the fall, which is a peak period for cycling and vehicular traffic, through the winter, which again, operationally is a time of year we do want to sort of take a look at, and then gets us into the spring of next year.
So you've got some data about the volume on the road. You told me the number of cyclists, and you told me the number of cars.
Correct.
Is this data as robust as what you're anticipating collecting over the next year? And will that be an apples-to-apples comparison of what we'll have at the far end?
Again, for vehicular counts, yes, it will be. And again, while we sort of identify general timeframes we're going to collect things, we do want to make sure that we're not going out there and collecting traffic counts on a day when we know that there's construction occurring on DuPont and we have an artificial shift of volume down to Bloor. So again, the previous data collection was based on 3 days, 24-hour counts on various sections throughout the corridor, and we will have that same data. Basically, we would rerun this data. If given the green light, we will rerun this data in June, and then we'll rerun it in September and then next spring as well.
So you were going to base it on three...
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, colleague. So that was 3 days?
Correct.
3 days of measurements. Okay, is that an adequate sample to capture everything?
To capture everything, again, we try to strike the balance here. Things like tube counts, we can get volume data fairly well. If we want intersection data, you have to do video analysis, or you have to have literally people out there watching all the movements.
What about delay?
Delay, again, we would probably look at 3 days worth of peak period run times. We can look at other metrics. However, I will be skeptical, Councillor, that a lot of these are GPS-based. So you could envision that cyclists in a protected lane may be able to go faster than cars during peak periods. So being able to tease that out with GPS data is challenging.
Now, what about the cycling data? So we had 3 days of car volume data. Do we have, how many days of cycling data do we have?
We would pick the exact same days.
Oh, now.
Oh, right now we have the same 3 days for cyclists as well.
So we've measured 3 days. Is that
Yes.
what I'm hearing? Okay, and that's...
We measured 3 days, and we would likely do 3 periods of 3 days each moving forward as well.
So what were the 3-day volumes for the cyclists, and when were they measured? I didn't see that, and if I missed it, I'm sorry. Just tell me
The
that.
3-day volumes, they were roughly 1,500 per direction per day. So roughly...
When?
This was in August.
Okay.
Vehicular volumes were roughly 20,000 per day,
Okay. That's both ways or either way?
both ways, combined, 10,000 each day.
Okay.
So
now-
roughly out there right now, we're looking at about a 15% mode share.
So that's one. Now, what about the other 2 days that you said you had?
They're all roughly in that same ballpark.
And are they, what were the dates they were taken?
It was Tuesday,
Monthly?
August 18th, 19th, and 20th.
Okay, so we measured in August 3 days in a row.
Correct. Yes.
But we didn't measure fall, winter, spring as a baseline.
No, we would do June, which is a peak time. So
But we don't have fall or winter going into this.
we don't, again, Counselor, we try to figure out the...
I got it.
Okay.
So we will go and compare in the spring, in 2017, without a baseline fall or winter measurement. Because you don't have it.
No, typically, you will see September and October are pretty comparable to May and June in terms of traffic volumes. They tend to be the worst 4 months of the year. So if we pick June this year and September next year, and then May or June the following year, you're likely going to see comparable volumes.
December, January, February, March, zero, extrapolate, I don't know.
Again, Counselor, we don't have unlimited resources on this. If council directs us to do counts in January, as part of this, we will do counts in January.
I won't belabor it, but essentially we don't have it. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? I have a couple, though I have to say most of them have been covered off nicely by others. I guess for me, it's in the report, there's a few things that I think there's gaps or there's things that are lacking. And just creating context for City Council as we go through this process, how this connects with the rest of the network. And I guess we're coming up to, very shortly, we're going to be having a whole presentation, I think in the next month or two, on the whole big master plan. So is this, tell me how this connects, because there's one line in the report about how it connects.
So through the chair, this section, as part of our 10-year cycling plan, was identified as the highest priority in terms of screening for the entire plan.
By who?
Through the process that was undertaken for the 10-year cycling plan. So we screened it versus various needs about connectivity, demand, public support for those types of questions, and Bloor was the highest of that bunch. In terms of connectivity, as you can see, it ties to Shaw, which is currently the primary northwest connector in that part of town. Again, running from all the way up at DuPont down through Queen Street. And then basically that ties into Richmond Adelaide. So if you go out there on any given morning, you'll see literally, or in the afternoon, see hundreds of cyclists on that stretch of roadway.
When you say "as you will see," what am I looking at in the report?
Just, we can get counts on that if you'd like, but.
So it's not in the report? The connections aren't in the report?
Yeah. So she's asking for specifically counts. There's no counts on Shaw.
Connections.
Yeah. Oh.
The connections are.
Oh, in terms of the road connections that are in there, it's identified, obviously, we have connections between Ossington and St. George on Shaw Street, Montrose Street, Gray Street, and St. George. So that basically are the other major north-south streets that this would connect to.
So going forward to council, we might be able to get included. Thank you. And so I guess my question is, again, I talked about this during the question section of today. What's the big picture here? What's the plan for the Bloor corridor? Are we doing this piecemeal? I understand this is a pilot, and it's the most constricted or constrained part of Bloor. But what's the big picture plan for Bloor?
Again, I think, Councillor, we've, in Toronto, as was mentioned, when you put bike lanes in, you put them in where they fit, and we've put all those easy ones in. Now what we have is we have areas of high demand and where we see the highest cycling collisions. And as we put this in, our staff literally were business to business, door to door, talking to each and every business along the corridor to pull this off. And I think the general consensus is that if we can make it work in this most challenging section of Bloor, that may open up opportunities in the future. But again, we're not looking to carve off the entire Bloor Street out to Etobicoke right now. It just simply would not be a feasible approach for doing a pilot.
Do you think the city should conduct an economic impact study?
As was mentioned, Metcalf's is going to sponsor on this in terms of doing some work on that front. Again, my professional opinion is I'd be a little nervous drawing hard conclusions about a one-year sample year over year on the impacts. If anything, I would probably seek the feedback of the business community. They could probably tell you they know their business better than anyone, as opposed to sort of some tax data or something like that about whether or not this was beneficial for their business.
Okay, and alternate routes. What alternate routes? I think it was Councillor Ayton asked a question. You talked about alternate. Maybe you were talking about the design. I'm not sure. But did you study alternate routes to Bloor for actually separating the bike lanes?
Yeah. So as part of this, it's again we were asked by council to do an EA on the entire area that would be Bloor all the way up to DuPont, and so that process is sort of. Would feed into that process as well in terms of providing some additional input.
Okay, and the metrics and data don't seem to be in the actual report. This morning you did a great presentation on that. Is there a reason why you didn't include in some of the questions and answers you've given,
it's actually
citing all sorts of data and, is there a reason that wasn't part and parcel of this report?
It's in the bottom of page 7, Councillor. So it's pilot project evaluation, cycling environment before and after cycling volumes, stated preference survey, ratings on safety and comfort, motoring environment before and after motor vehicle volumes. So I think perhaps we could have bulleted them to make it a little bit more clear. But again, we put this report together. I'll say we're 85% there in terms of what the data collection plan looks like. We want to make sure that we do a good job on this, and we will do it in consultation with the local councillors to make sure we get representative days.
So this on bottom page 7, this paragraph, I guess 2 paragraphs, is that what you're referencing?
Yes.
But your presentation was much more in-depth and comprehensive this morning than this paragraph.
Yeah, and I'll take full responsibility for that, Councillor. I think, obviously, when we write these reports, we try not to make them too complicated, but the intent here is that we are in the process of working on a data collection plan. So we're fine showing the detail on that, if that means that is what's going to be helpful in council making a decision. So, if a supplementary report is being asked for, we could produce something in advance of the council meeting and can show a lot more detail in terms of what is going to be collected, when and where.
Did the clerk show you my motion?
No.
Okay, because you just guessed it.
Okay.
All right, and then I guess my last question would just be about the question I asked some of the residents. Thank you very much. How kind of you. The parking, we're losing, I forget the number of spots, but I have it here and somewhere in this pile. Where do those cars go? That's A. And B is, if the traffic starts to back up, will people reroute through the neighboring side streets? That's my two.
Yeah, through the chair, yes. Obviously, there, as was mentioned on several occasions, there is a significant amount of off-street parking. So there is, we're looking at reducing roughly 280 on-street spaces to 135. To 135. But then there are also several TPA lots along the corridor. Most of those lots are not at capacity for most of the time. We suspect that in most cases, what you'll see is simply a relocation from on-street parking to off-street parking. Those off-street lots currently have about 860 spaces in them.
And do you anticipate, given some of the debate, any impact on the environment if cars start getting kind of bottlenecked or it becomes a pinch point, given that it's a major part of the major transportation network? Do you anticipate any impacts on the environment?
Through the chair, I'll say, I can't sit here and say there's not going to be any impacts. I think, again, this is, we don't know what it looks like. We could spend a year, 2 years modeling this at several hundreds of thousands of dollars and not fully be able to grasp what it means in terms of how people will truly behave in terms of rerouting, remoting, or retiming their trips. So again, the data collection we will get will hopefully help us get our arms around how impactful that's been, and we can communicate that. But again, one challenge we face here, though, is that we will have to wait till the data comes in to sort of really make that assessment.
Okay, thank you very much for those answers, and I think that's, yeah. Well, we're going to have to go after 3. There's no way. We have to stay. So he's asking for one. You're asking for one more question. I think that's reasonable. Just one more. You did go over your 5 minutes by a bit. Yeah, he's had a lot of questions, though, throughout this process, so if we could just, one more question, yeah, thank you.
It's one, there was a business owner that came in that said he wasn't consulted, and I wondered if you could just underline or reiterate what touch points the city has made to local businesses to make sure that they are fully aware of what has gone forward and has an opportunity to express their opinions. And I mean directly to the city, not through a BIA or through a political process, but directly to the city. No different than we do for a lot of other traffic-type changes.
Okay, through the chair, for consultation, we delivered nearly 30,000 flyers in the study area prior to each public event, 613 addressed letters mailed to property owners along Bloor, hundreds of flyers were hand-delivered to each property along the way, and then also we have 1,200 subscribers on a project email list, as well as communications that went out through the BIAs. So.
Okay, did you knock on any doors and talk directly, city, to business owners? Besides fly, I mean, I get advertising, I appreciate. Did the city go and ask questions themselves to business owners?
Yes, and I think that consultation went through, in many ways, through groups. So again,
I don't mean organized groups, I mean the city going to the business owner.
Correct.
Okay, so that gentleman just got missed. No problem, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah, he's in between. Okay, that is it for questions. We're going to move to speakers now. So first, I'm going to start with outside councillors. So Councillor Cressy would like to start, and then I think Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee members for indulging me as a local councillor all day, as well as to all the deputants. I live just off Bloor in this study area. I grew up on Bloor in this study area. Bikes on Bloor, well, it's been in discussion for more than 40 years. It's long overdue, and in this corridor, it is certainly time. It's a discussion that has had many champions over the years. Tooker, Jack, Albert Cole, and a lot of residents and businesses along the way. For too long, The discussion of bike lanes on Bloor has been a divisive topic. It shouldn't be. It doesn't have to be. In fact, it can be a win-win. And I think, as you've heard in the deputations and the deep care and precision in which how city staff have brought this forward, this is how you make cycling infrastructure a win-win for the city. Bikes on Bloor will make it safer. It's going to make it safer for cyclists, for pedestrians, for drivers. It's going to make it particularly safer for kids. The University of Toronto, the St. George campus, with 50,000 students, is located in this corridor. It's going to make it safer for them. There are 9 high schools and elementary schools along this corridor. It's going to make it safer for them. I believe it's going to make it better for business. This is going to bring more customers into this corridor. It's also going to make it better for the cultural community with 17 organizations along the core. Ultimately, bike lanes are going to reduce congestion. The only way in a city that's growing with the pace and scale that ours is, with 1 million new residents in the next 25 years in the city alone, the only way we are going to keep this city moving is by moving people into more active modes of transportation. This pilot, and I have to say, I've never seen anything like this, especially at a committee meeting, is being supported by all 6 local residents associations. It's being supported by the BIAs because they have commissioned their own economic impact study. Do they want bike lanes permanently on Bloor? They don't know. They want to study it to find out. It's being supported by cultural institutions like the ROM, like Hot Docs, like Kerner Hall. It's being supported by institutions like the University of Toronto. City staff have spent more than a year working to design a pilot that meets all of those different stakeholders' needs, their loading needs, their transportation needs, and they're working in conjunction with the local residents, the local businesses, and myself and Councillor Lakin as the councillors. Somebody mentioned a Michael Bloomberg quote earlier. "In God we trust, to all others bring data." Well, let's go and get some data. Let us go and measure everything. As our general manager said, this will be the most in-depth evaluation to date in this city. I think the evaluation is going to demonstrate how bike lanes work and how they are a win-win. But let's not trust me. Let's actually trust the data and measure it. What kind of city are we if we are unwilling to measure the impact of infrastructure changes in a 2-kilometer stretch? What kind of city doesn't do that? We should. It's time. And I want to thank all of you for taking the due diligence to consider this, and I hope you support the recommendation in front of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, I think generally this is probably a good idea, but you know, where the support comes from is not at all surprising. Anyone who lives in the area of the bike lanes is going to prefer the proposed bike lanes is going to prefer that bike lanes go up instead of having cars. I mean, that's so the survey data, the fact that 96% of cyclists support this doesn't come as a surprise. What I find is a little disappointing is the lack of information in the report on what's going on in some of the other routes. Where's the traffic data? How many cars a day are using this? Where are those cars coming from? People who will be affected are those that are driving into the city. Where do they live? They obviously live in the West End or the East End. They will be affected by this. I would have liked to have known how many cars a day are coming in. We talked, Councillor Holyday raised the idea or the question about the capacity of the road. Are we almost at capacity? How will this be affected by reducing the lanes? Where are the cars going? And I know that a lot of that will come about as a result of doing the study, but some of this data we already have. I would have also liked to have seen different scenarios that might have shown us other means by which traffic can come in and exit the city, such as we do on Jarvis. I don't know if that is feasible, if it's reasonable. I think that a lot of the objections from drivers would vaporize if they knew they could get in almost as easily as they are now, and they could exit almost as easily if that's feasible. So we haven't looked at that. Anyhow, it'll be an interesting debate. There's a lot more information to come, I hope, and I'm approaching it with an open mind.
Thank you very much. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I was ready for like a barn burner to retort all of Councillor Campbell's, and now I'm just a little taken aback. This is not a new debate at City Council. This is not a new issue. This is not a new idea. But this is decades of discussion that have led us to this point. And a couple of questions have been raised about why has it taken this long? Well, I got to tell you, the city's changed a lot in 40 years. Their modal change has changed quite dramatically. Now in Ward 19, and we saw this slide earlier, almost 12% of people cycle to work, to school, or anywhere they're going on a daily basis. That's the highest in the city of Toronto. Ward 20 is a sad second highest for that award. But the notion is that the reason why we're in such a good place here now is there's been a huge leap in our thinking on this issue. And part of that has been with the installation of Richmond and Adelaide, people coming to terms with the fact that we need to carve out safe and efficient space on the road to allow everyone to get around more efficiently and safer. This doesn't only facilitate the lane for cyclists, but in fact takes away that gray area between cyclists and cars. And if you've ever ridden on Bloor, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Along the stretch in front of Honest Ed's, where you have no choice but to take the lane because the ice cream truck is there, and you have to go out into that center lane of traffic. You know that this helps provide a very strong boundary, although we'll debate the strength of painted lines at another date. It provides that very strong boundary that will allow everyone to navigate easier. I think one of the big things that we have that have been in this last year of discussion has been about balance. And how do we address the competing interests? Parking, movement of traffic, the safety. And a lot of that has been around a very public discussion about how much space we carve out for each. And what we've come up with, we didn't pull this out of a hat. What we came up with through working with residents, BIAs, others, and the city have come up with this design that we think will do a hell of a job at moving people around by putting turning lanes in to help speed up that lane of traffic in the middle, by ensuring that there are points of delivery for businesses at the rear and in front when necessary, by maintaining a good portion of the parking rather than just eliminate it entirely, which would have made some people happy, and do all of this while doing an appropriate review about what the impacts are. I am quite comfortable as a local councillor, and I know this decision may come difficult to some councillors who aren't as familiar with cycling in their wards, but I am quite comfortable moving ahead with this pilot project. I know that my colleague is, because the residents are behind it, the BIAs are there at the table, willing to do the data analysis, in fact, paying for it, and I think everyone will benefit at the end of the day. We have to start taking leaps in this city and following through on plans. If we don't, we just keep going around in circles. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers, Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. I come to speak on this issue because year after year, discussion after discussion, very often we see cars versus bikes and bikes versus cars. And honestly, I don't think our city can afford that discussion anymore. I think we're losing opportunities, we're losing time, we're losing lives by continuing to have that kind of discussion. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of how and when. These people ride their bikes, we drive cars, we ride bikes, we walk, and it's about making it safer for everybody. This is not about, oh, it's just to create a lane for cyclists. This is about safety for the cyclists, safety for the pedestrians, and even safety for drivers. How many drivers do we have complaining that they feel that it's very difficult to ride on some roads? Well, if they want to feel safer, yes, it might take a few more seconds, but we need to ensure that we have a road where all modes of transportation can happen. And for that, it is really important that we have data. And that's what I find exciting about the pilot, is that to finally have people from all walks of life, from business, from residents association, to come forward and saying, let's look at this, let's really look at the data, and maybe demystify some ideas that is out there. Some might be right, some might be wrong, but let's see it. let's look at these numbers and let's see it so that we as a city can do a better job of implementing roads that are just as safe and just as efficient for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers, and that we as a city operate better.
I'll be super quick. The only data I need is that the IPCC tells us that we have to reduce fossil fuel use by 80% by the year 2050. You cannot possibly do that if you have the mode share that we currently have and the number of automobiles driving the amount they do in the City of Toronto. The only way we survive with anything like the lifestyle we've got on this planet is if we stop relying on the automobile to the extent that we do. And in order to get there, we're going to have to start building infrastructure for alternate modes of transportation right away. Anything else ignores the data.
Up your hand. Okay, would you like to speak next?
Great, thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Safety, health, congestion, sustainability, climate change, economic benefits. There are endless positive reasons why we need to and we should support bike lanes, period. And in this case, bike lanes on Bloor. Every world-class city is investing in and improving and expanding their cycling infrastructure. Toronto's no different, should be no different. I've been very impressed with the local councillors, the local residents, thank you all for coming out today, the local shopkeepers, the students, if they're back in math class, there's some still here, good for you for hanging in there, with their incredible outreach and engagement. It's like nothing we've ever seen before. It's inclusivity at its finest. So that's fantastic to have everyone on board. I'm looking forward to the success of the Bloor bike lanes with data that will come out of it, so that then we can just roll them right across the city, across the Danny, which is where I'm very much looking forward for them. The East End is hungry for those lanes on the Danny. So I definitely support these lanes.
Do you have anything to add?
I'm waiting for Councillor Holiday. He always inspires me.
Do you want me to speak first, or do you want me to speak first, or you?
I can speak.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Perruzza.
I'm going to speak because I'm going to move the staff recommendations in the report with a small addition, and I believe the clerks have it in recommendation 4. It should read installation as appropriate during the pilot to address safety.
So to
add the words, the pilot to. 3 words. Right? I don't know how many letters, but not too many letters either, okay? So I'll move that, and very briefly, I don't have a problem with bike lanes on Bloor Street. I think you should bring a bit of order to Bloor Street. As an automobile driver, I used to patronize Bloor on a fairly frequent basis. I guess starting some 24, 25 years ago, I used to come down and Bloor. There was Dooney's at the corner of Bloor, and I forget the name of the street there. I have a visual in my head. A couple of streets, east or west, the other way from Honest Ed's, right? On Bloor on the south side, yeah. So I'd stop in, buy a latte, great coffee, right? A little conversation with some of the folks, and then continue on to where I used to go work at Queen's Park. Many days, for example, during lunch, I'd get in my car or one of my friends' cars, Rosario, or George Mammoliti, actually. Very often, Giorgio would come to have lunch with us at Dooney's at the same place right on Bloor Street. I have to tell you, in the morning, sometimes you found a parking spot on Bloor. At lunchtime, hardly ever. It was like hit and miss. You never ever, and I'm talking 25 years ago, right? you hardly ever found a parking spot on Bloor. But because we like to patronize this place, you kind of like begin to learn all the local roads in the area where you can actually park and be able to go. And we go and have lunch many days especially when the house was in session all the time. And at nighttime, when I wasn't in a rush, I'd pull in once again and have my go-away coffee, on the way home. So patronize it for years, a patron of Bloor. Later, Dooney's was sold, and I'm sorry to say for the shopkeepers on Bloor that I no longer went and patronized Bloor. That was my destination spot, right? When Dooney shut down, I stopped going there. No need to. Didn't have to. And in fact, some of the sort of the bubblegum shops near in and around Dooney also lost some change of mind because I no longer went to Bloor. I never ever. In fact, I have this image in my head about Bloor kind of always being a one-lane road, because the cars parked on either side of the street all the time. It was always reduced to one lane. There's very few stretches from Shaw to Avenue Road that actually widen up a bit. I guess just past Spadina going towards Avenue Road. But you know what? It didn't really make that much of a difference. Just as an add-on to the infomercial for Dooney's, they've subsequently reopened now.
Yes.
On the north side of Bloor, just is it east or west of Shaw? I think it's on Bloor, closer to Ossington. So now I'm going back to Bloor again, right? For my latte, my coffee, and I'm once again patronizing Bloor. I will say something, though, that my friends aren't going to like. The problem with Bloor, as with many other major arterial roads in the city, is the fact that if you're a resident on Bloor Street, we have no problem congesting the street. If you live on Bloor, if you pay taxes on Bloor, you're a tenant on Bloor, right? And you pay a higher rate of tax, we got no problem putting lots and lots of traffic on your street. However, if you live on one of the side streets, you're still in the city of Toronto. I'm going to say it, because it's like it's on my to-do list, right? If you live on one of the side streets, then you live in a maze of one-ways and do-not-enters. There is no traffic on your street. So live on Bloor, very urbanized, lots of traffic on your street. You're going to have cars, you're going to have bikes, you're going to have pedestrians, you're going to have all kinds of stuff. Live just behind Bloor, north to south of Bloor, and you know what? You feel like you live in Wawa, right? There's no traffic there because we've effectively basically said, you live on one of those streets, you're going to have some kind of superior type of residency. Because very little traffic on your street, because we're going to make sure that doesn't happen by installing humps, by installing do-not-enters, by installing one-ways against you, and you really need to know the maze of grid in order so that all the traffic gets funneled onto Bloor. I think what we should be looking at, Councillor Holyday, and I hope you pick up on the point, is putting bikes on Bloor Street, but figuring out how we open it all up, right, so you can move around in the city. Thank you.
Councillor Holyday is next.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I know.
If I may have a motion?
Because I got to run to the doctors. I don't have time.
I'm motioning that City Council receive this report. Should come as no surprise.
Honest to God, get somebody else to do it.
I've been a bit frustrated with the discussion today. It's reminiscent of a community council meeting. It seems to be all about Ward 19 and 20. And
I don't need it.
I appreciate that's where the project is, and I appreciate the passion of my colleagues from those areas.
This one needs the one.
But I really do believe that we're at Public Works because this is a citywide issue. And my concern is that I think of most of those motorists in the West End, and I consider myself that. And I think many of them do. There are very few east-west routes in and out of this city. There's the Gardiner, there's the Lakeshore. You can try your luck on Dundas. Thank you, Councillor Cressy. And you've got Bloor. And if there's an accident on one of those, you're in big trouble. you're either late for work or you're not getting home that evening. I can think back a year or two ago where there was an accident on the Gardiner and the Lakeshore, and they were both closed. Bloor Street was jammed all the way back to Kipling and Islington, where I live in Etobicoke, because everybody was trying to get in and out of the city. This is a vital route. And I feel that, just like the Gardiner discussion, once again, somebody is trying to build this invisible wall to keep people from moving in and out of downtown. It is a very impassioned group, but it's a group that I believe is the minority, are the cyclists. And I completely understand and appreciate why they really want to have lanes on Bloor to complement the other ones that are in the area. However, in my heart of hearts, they are a minority compared to the mass volumes of people that need to move. And the damage inflicted by removing 2 of the 4 lanes, and I don't think people really understand this, out there. I don't think they really appreciate that yet, that we're cutting capacity by 50%. It's been presented under the auspices of a pilot project. That's the flaw that I take exception to, number 2. The report doesn't even indicate a pass or fail criteria. I asked that question to a number of people, deputants, and nobody will give me a straight answer about what success means. That means in a year's time there is no debate to be had because there's nothing to discuss. What's even more appalling is we're going to spend a lot of time measuring data to check and see how successful it is, and we don't have a baseline. There are 3 days of measurement in August. It doesn't look at temporal concerns over traffic or bicycles. It doesn't look at 365 days of the year. I don't know if there's 5, 50, 100, or 1,000 cyclists using Bloor in December. I just don't know. All I know is we've got an average number from 3 days in August, and we're somehow going to hinge the success or failure of this project on those 3 days. So to call this a pilot that will be evaluated later, I don't think is fair. I think this is a de facto move to put the bike lanes on Bloor. And, if the pilot reveals some tweaking or adjustments, so be it. But all in all, I can't support that in good conscience. I think this is a real hit to the people of the West End, the people that rely on Bloor Street to get in and out of work, to get to where they're going. And it's a bad piece of policy. Thank you.
Thank you, and I guess that leaves me just to speak, and I'll try to be brief. I think a lot of good points have been made today, and I also want to take this time to thank the speakers and the deputants who came in and spent the whole day with us. I think they did a really excellent job, especially the 8-year-olds who were skipping math. So I just want to say, I support bike lanes where and when they make sense. And I have been sharing with my councillor colleagues and with the bike community that I'm really struggling with this vote, and have been the whole way along. So I ride a bike. I'm not very good at it, but my whole family rides. There's 5 in my family. We only have 1 car. We bought the VW Golf diesel. Really got hot on that. But we've always tried to be very responsible. We walk most places we go and transit the rest of the places. And to City Hall, I've actually never driven to City Hall ever in 6 years, not once have I used my parking spot. So I guess I want you to understand that I do believe that we should be as aggressively as we can be putting down bike lanes, and that's why I moved a motion, and it's on this agenda, to get the federal government to help us build our cycling network. And I know this has been a long time coming, 20, 30, 40 years, whoever, depends on who you talk to, for this very, there's a very aggressive campaign, Bells on Bloor. And I think it's a very difficult thing because for every person you speak to in favor of the pilot, there's another person who's concerned about it or worried about it. And it just thinks, I'm struggling with the fact that it's taken us 40, possibly 40 years to get here. And we've got 4 pages of double-sided type to review, and no disregard to staff. But I just would have liked to have seen more content and more context built into the report, because this is a significant arterial road in our city that carries people around our city. So, I guess I also want to stress that when being in the capacity I'm in, you learn more and more about how you negotiate these spaces as the Chair of Public Works. And when you put something in, you have to take something out, and you have to adjust and tweak and modify for residents and businesses. But we're trying to balance safety as well as parking, movement of goods, deliveries, accessibility is important in the city, sidewalks, the volumes and the congestion, transit, even trees. So the right-of-way is a very complicated thing in Toronto, and we have to think carefully about how we address it. And I'm still wondering, what are the long-term goals? I'm not a big fan of doing things in a piecemeal way. During the campaign, I said I support bike lanes, but I like them to be connected and seamless, and we need to address the gaps. So I want to know what's the big plan for Bloor? Is the game plan? We're gonna get this done, and then we're gonna go right across the whole city, right across the whole Bloor corridor? Are we gonna go big? Mary Margaret's going to. So are we going to go big, or are we going to go home? I'd like to know a little bit more about the big picture. And again, the report didn't really didn't have a lot of description or even a map on how it connects to the network. And so I'd like to see those things I don't know if it's going to head to council, but if it does get to council, I'd like to see more of that. So I'm moving a motion, and I forgot to do it when I started speaking, so I should be outcast for that. But the motion basically asks that this go forward to City Council without recommendation, so that we keep the process moving forward. And that I ask the General Manager of Transportation Services to put together a supplementary report for Council. And I'm pretty confident he and his team have all of this. A and B are actually mine, and C and D are actually Councillor Holiday's, in the case his motion loses, which would kill the pilot here and now. So A and B... Oh, it does? Okay, I thought it would, receiving is putting it in the file folder. Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification. So A and B are mine, and Councillor Holiday was going to move C and D, but I said let's just put it all together. So C and D are Councillor Holiday's. So A is basically to just, as I've said, review where we are in the big picture in the cycling network. B is what I think staff talked about in their presentation this morning, and the work they've done on the data collection and the work they're going to do, and just really beefing that up so council has that more kind of tangible, concrete information before them. And then C, I'll just speak on behalf of Councillor Holiday. He would like to know the cost of removing the pilot, what the cost implications of that are in this report going forward. I'm sure staff would have that. And then D, Councillor Holiday is asking for a review and assessment of alternate routes parallel to Bloor for the installation of cycling facilities, including the assessment of existing bike infrastructure. So those are the motions before us. I'm the last speaker.
Yeah, I know. I just want a clarification.
Please, go ahead.
So if Councillor McMahon and I, for example, vote for my motion, and Councillor Holiday and you vote against the motion I put forward, that loses on a tie, correct? Then your motion gets put forward, and if Councillor McMahon and I vote against your motion, and Councillor Holiday and you vote in favor of your motions, that loses on a tie. So therefore, the report goes as is without recommendation to council. Correct, okay.
Yeah, that's what my motion, that's what my
Right, so
motion
we
says
vote
at the
against
top.
their motion, they vote against,
Maybe you should,
But then you...
yeah.
What he said was right.
yeah. My motion, if you see Councillor Prutz, it does suggest that it goes to council without recommendation.
But I think it's better to send it to council without recommendation, just simply of losing clear out so that the report goes.
This is a supplementary report that would come forward to council with additional information.
You can always separate it and vote for the specific.
Okay, so I guess, Francis, what goes to... I guess Councillor Holiday would be first, because it's to...
Councillor Perruzza, I believe, moved his motion first.
First, okay.
sorry, I'm just going to double, triple check because this is such an important vote. So regardless of all three, excuse me, I have the floor. Thank you very much. I appreciate that you're a passionate cyclist, but I'm going to ask you. So if, regardless of the outcome of all three of these motions, it still goes to council, regardless of the outcome? It's a tie, right?
It's a question.
Yes, to clerk.
If all of the motions fail, the item goes to council. The difference will be within Councillor Robinson's motion. She has a bunch of report requests. If her motion also fails, those report requests do not require to be done.
Thank you.
So could you just clarify the Councillor Holiday's motion, the intent of that?
The intent of that is that council receive the item. Not, this committee cannot receive the item as the item contains recommendations. So his So Councillor Holiday's motion is that council receive the item. It would proceed to council if it was adopted.
So basically, we've all put forward the same motion, in a sense, just different ways about it. Really?
No, Councillor Perruzza has moved the actual recommendations in the staff report.
Why would I support yours? I want more information. I think I should be allowed the opportunity to seek more information. All right, so the clerk has indicated that Councillor Perruzza's motion would go first, so all those in favor? Opposed? Yeah, go ahead, that's your job.
On the motion to adopt the staff recommendations on the report by Councillor Perruzza, all those in favor, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Perruzza. All those opposed? Councillor Holiday, Councillor Robinson. The motion goes to, it loses on a tie vote and would go to council.
Okay, so the next vote would be Councillor Holiday because of the order. Yeah, so you, it's before us to receive it?
Yeah.
The council receive it.
On the
Why are we
motion-
voting on this? Anyway.
On the motion by Councillor Holiday to recommend that City Council receive the staff report for information, all those in favor, please. Councillor Holiday?
Well, wait, I want to make sure my motion's, so I'm just going to vote against. I'm going to vote with you.
Okay. All those in favor, please. Councillor Holiday, Councillor Robinson. All those opposed? Councillor McMahon, Councillor Perruzza. That loses. And the recommendation goes to council.
Councillor Robinson's motion is next.
Councillor Robinson's motion to forward the item to City Council without recommendation and report requests. All those in favor, please. Councillor Holiday, Councillor Robinson. All those opposed? All those opposed, please. Councillor McMahon, are you voting in the negative?
You don't think we should have this information? But this is different. You just told Luke you would vote for it. Give me a break.
So those opposed, Councillor McMahon, are you voting in the negative? Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, that's 2-2. Yeah, that loses.
All right, so let's keep going on the other bicycle items. So I had a motion before us. Councillor Bailão wanted to speak on it, but she didn't realize it was bundled, so she's just here, was here in support of it.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, you mentioned earlier today that you were breaking at 3 o'clock, so I have now made plans, and we're well after 3 o'clock.
So Councillor Perruzza, but we're still, just so you understand, we're still on the same item. We bundled the 4 items. So we're still on the same item.
2, 3, and 15. Yeah, we need to adopt 2.
Remember we bundled 4 bike items. We've just done, that's correct. That's correct. That's what we're doing. But we just need a minute here to get this sorted out, okay? So the PW 12.2, I'll move that. All those in favor of PW 12.2?
Staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations?
Recorded.
You go ahead.
On the motion to adopt the staff recommendations in the report, all in favor, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Perruzza. All those opposed, Councillor Holiday. That carries 3-1.
Okay, and the next, so that's one's done, and we have two more.
Number 3 is an amendment.
Which one is it?
Number 3.
Where is it? Here. Okay, sorry, there's one coming up on the screen. So this, where is it here?
It's not
We're just getting it up on the screen, folks.
It's you carrying it for Councillor Mahab.
Yeah. So this is item PW 12.3. No, yes. Yeah. This is PW 12.3, and I'm moving this on behalf of Councillor Mahavik to just basically add this to the report, that we request to work with the TTC to develop a bike parking strategy at subway stations and report back in conjunction with the TTC on the plan by the end of the first quarter of 2017 in preparation for the 2018 budget process. Now, Councillor, the thing that was circulated to you, Councillor Mahavik had different dates, but Deputy City Manager John Levy said that was not feasible or possible, and he actually changed the dates, but he had to leave after lunch. So he's no longer here, but that's why we changed the dates from your original submission. So that was based on staff's recommendation. So all those in favor? All those in favor? Yes, it's fine, yeah.
4-0.
Yeah.
And then 15.
And do we have to vote on the, but that's an addition, so we have to vote on the item?
No.
We don't have to vote on the item.
It's redundant.
Okay,
15
and then
is
just,
your item.
okay, this is the last item.
We need to adopt it. Yeah, this one.
Okay, the last one is PW 12.15, federal infrastructure funding for active transportation projects in Toronto. That was put forward by me to ask for additional federal money. All those in favor?
That's carried.
Opposed? And that carries unanimously. Thank
Okay,
you.
One item you have to make, item 17 is out of order.
Item 17 is out of order.
We will send it to, yes, and we will send it to the Community Council.
Oh, okay. Counselor, what I've been told is Counselor Justin DeCiano's motion is out of order according to the clerk staff, and we'll have to...
That item will be submitted to the Community Council as appropriate.
Okay, thank you to the clerk for that. That's going to the Community Council that's suited to this issue. Okay, so that's out of order?
Please.
And then...
Please. Anthony, I'm asking you, please.
It's up to you. If we, Councillor Davis has waited all day for this.
I have a constituent who's taken a day off work. This is the third time that this has been, this is the third time it's come. And I'm asking, please will you maintain?
5 minutes.
Yes, that's right, I did. But, yes, but... Well, if you just want to quickly do this item, I think we can do it very quickly. Councillor Davis has been very patient.
It's a 2-second vote. It's a Can we just try and finish it
I've got a
in?
question on it.
Councillor Holliday has a question on it. We-
So I move that all the items are not done, you refer to the next meeting.
Okay, so we have a
I would
motion to
rather
move
have
all
it
the,
just go on to
all the
council.
remaining
If we
out.
could just have it go on to council. I'd rather have the fight at council.
I move that.
No, actually, no, we had a constituent who really wants to speak on this. So I will not
You're
move it to
getting
have
They're
on.
going to drag it out 10, 15 minutes. I can't stay, and I don't want to.
Well, yeah. We're just trying to inch along here because we didn't anticipate the volume of speakers, so.
So I'm happy to do that, to move it to council.
Well, I'm not sure everybody's comfortable with moving all the remaining items to council. I mean,
Not to council, just hers, if she wants that. I have no problem with that.
yeah, I think we refer them back to the next Public Works and Infrastructure meeting because this gentleman wanted to speak on this item.
If I would ask,
Well, yeah, that's right, we could do that, we could do that. Counselor Davis?
He's just checking with the guy.
Because we would stay and listen. We would stay and listen. Yeah. We're being told we can't. Counselor, so what are you're moving it to the next Public Works meeting?
You know, we could just vote on it right now without any questions, and it will go to council, just like the others, one way or another.
The next meeting is not that far off, because this meeting was delayed.
This, I would, Madam Chair, if I could ask that the matter be just voted on, no speakers, no questions.
No,
And the delegate and the deputant has agreed, as long as it will go on to council.
I'm supporting it. Counselor Holyday said to me this morning he had questions on this matter, so.
I'll waive questions if I can get a 10-second speech on it.
Okay, and I'm moving a motion for Councillor Davis, which...
No, that's the one on 12.
Are we doing 12 first? Quickly vote? Okay. Do you want to just vote on this? No.
Counselor Holyday would like to speak, and I'm not going to deny him that opportunity, so I think he has that right as a committee member. So do you want to?
Little short speech. I'm still here,
Go.
All right, I'll be in supporting the staff recommendations to not install a crosswalk or a pedestrian crossing. Very simply, it boils down to queue jumping. It's a 2-lane street, and if you pull it up on Google, you can see exactly what it is. It's a 9-meter wide road. I've got these all over my ward, and there is a threshold which allows or justifies the installation of one of these. We haven't hit the threshold. I don't know why we're deviate from policy. It's written right in there. And my advice is to stick with the staff advice, which errs on the side of safety and follows our policies.
Speaker, if I could have a minute, I didn't know we were on 16.
Neither did I.
You're better off to send it to the council.
I don't think it was clear what item we were on. Okay, so we're on item, let's just be clear, because, so for the purpose of the audience too, PW 12.16, pedestrian crossing protection, Victoria Park Avenue at Conroy Avenue. So that's the item we're on.
If I could,
No, there's also two.
as the local councillor.
There's two more. So, would you like to speak on this?
Thank you very much. Councillor McMahon, thank you for agreeing to put forward the recommendation to install a traffic light at Conroy and Victoria Park. There are 22,000 cars a day with the 85th percentile at 67 kilometers an hour. It is on a residential street that leads from schools, community center. It is a dangerous road. There is no stop signal of any sort, half a kilometer to the south and half a kilometer to the north. That is no way to cross except by jaywalking for 1.12 kilometers on a very, very busy road. I have had petitions, which I have with me, and I have had letters from people with disabilities on both sides of Victoria Park Avenue who have said this is desperately needed, and I would urge you to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Holyday, would you like to say anything further? Okay.
So I'm just moving the recommendation to approve the traffic control signals.
Okay. All those in favor?
Recorded,
Opposed?
please.
Recorded vote? Go
Just
ahead.
recorded in the negative.
Yep, on the amendment.
On the motion to amend by Councillor McMahon, all those in favor, please?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the one. On the motion to amend the staff recommendations by Councillor McMahon. All those in favor, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson? All those opposed? Councillor Holliday and Councillor Perruzza. That loses. The matter goes to council without recommendation.
Okay, we have one item left. I guess you're
No,
leaving.
Sorry, excuse me, Councillor Holliday, did you move the staff report recommendations?
You could, okay.
Did you?
The staff report is this or that.
But they have to be moved.
Okay, just move them now.
Okay, and a vote on it, please. Those in favour?
Okay, on the motion to adopt the staff recommendations in the report by Councillor Holliday, all those in favour, please. Councillor Holliday? All those in favour?
Yes, those two are in favor.
Okay, Councillor Holliday and Councillor Perruzza. All those opposed? Councillor McMahon, Councillor Robinson. That loses.
Go to council without recommendation.
Yeah, go to council without recommendation.
Yeah, so,
And-
Councillor, he's not going to stay.
12.12, I have a motion for Councillor Layton, and it was on the screen earlier, and we were, so just a quick
Well,
vote.
I have a motion on that as well.
Oh, do you?
so,
Okay.
Anything that is not considered at this meeting will automatically go to the next meeting.
It's a massive price tag on that endeavor, so I have a lot of questions on that, and I also have a motion on that. Because I'd like to understand the history of how that we've come to this. So we can ask for we can ask for my report to come, so it helps.
It'll be at next meeting, because the meeting's going to be another full day, so don't make any plans.
Well, why weren't they here today?
Because we have made the assumption that it would be a little quicker. So we'll make sure they know.
Can you guys conduct yourself appropriately? Thank you. So I have a motion on that I maybe can put forward now, and then we can get the information from staff as a parallel effort, because this is going to hit the next PWIC agenda. So can you put the motion up?
That's Councillor McMahon's motion. Councillor Robinson's motion.
Yeah, to refer the item back to staff to ask for more information on the history of this, why we are ending up, when a developer didn't pay for this and the city's paying for this huge
Madam Speaker,
undertaking.
I'd like an opportunity to speak to the item, and there's two deputants listed to speak as well. So if you're going to hear the item, then hear the item.
So the councillor's not going to stay, so we're going to have to move it to PWIC, to the next PWIC meeting.
Okay, so it's going to be.
Yeah.
May 16.
Okay, you need.
Okay, I think we're adjourned.
We're not adjourned.
We have to have quorum for breaking.
No, no. You can't.